camera really quick, do I just turn it off on Discord or like say, oh, I need to run to the bathroom really quick kind of
If
thing?
if, if you want to pop off camera, just tell me and I can hide you. Like,
Okay.
for instance, if I hit this button, you're no longer there.
Okay.
So
Well, I heard that like if I talk to you, they can also hear me, kind of thing. So,
yeah, you could also DM me on the Discord, but
okay.
that might be a little bit slow because I might not notice.
Yeah,
uh,
that's fine.
there might be a way you could hide your own camera, or you could just
I can do this.
yeah, that works,
Okay.
and that could be a sign for me to hide you or
Okay.
leave it there. I don't know. Either way, but we are live and we're on the internet. It'll take some time for people to file in, and it'll also take some time for some moves to come out in these games. Are
Yeah.
you able to see everything in the world? You could probably
Oh yeah.
tune
Wait, I see.
tune into the Twitch world. Excellent. This is a great time to get our technical issues going here. We've got some people in the chat filing in. Where is Zod? Zod is right here in this game. Joshua Alexander, he has the white pieces against Tom Bromlich. Two of the people who were able to get a win on day one. It's the only matchup between two people who are both 1 and 0. So this is definitely a very big game in the tournament. So a very exciting game for Zod and a tough opponent in Tom Bromlich taking on a national master.
Yeah.
We also have FM Ryan Ambergy taking on Chuck Unruh. Uh, Ryan was able to win his round one game, and Chuck lost to Tom in round one. And then we've got the bounce back game. We have Arya, who lost to General Zod in round one, taking on David Ludscombe, who lost to Ryan Ambergy in game one. And Ugor points out that this looks drawish, and the engine says there's a slight pull for white. So we'll see.
Yep.
But it took a few minutes for the games to come alive. Last time they apparently did start on time, which is always very exciting for a chess tournament. Not all of them are able to accomplish that, but this is a 6-player invitational, so there hopefully are less technical issues with regards to starting on time.
Yeah, for sure. Is my audio on sync with? I know my camera's on a little bit of delay, but is
So
that a
if you're
problem?
if you're watching the Twitch channel,
Yeah.
then there's going to be a delay from my broadcasting and my voice and all that stuff. There's going to be a slight delay. Everything
Okay.
looks really good from my standpoint for where you are.
Okay. Sounds good.
So for those of you who do not know me, I am Miles Melvin. I peaked at around 2,000 something and then lost 130 points after I moved to Oklahoma. So shout out to Oklahoma Chess. I've given rating points to a lot of you, so you're welcome. And my special guest here right now is William Lynn, who probably is by, I don't know, so some chain responsible for getting some of my rating points. Uh, so go ahead if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is William Lin. I'm a current senior, so I'm about to graduate from Stillwater High School, and I'll be studying biomedical engineering at Johns Hopkins in the fall. Um, Chess wise, I'm almost 2000. I haven't been playing too much as of recently because of college, but am going to an event next week actually in OKC to try to get that final leap. Um, and I'm more of a sort of like positional player, but I hope to be able to offer some insight to Miles, which will be pretty difficult, but I'll do my best.
Not too difficult, and if you're a positional player, then that's good because I usually want to sack pieces, and when I say sack pieces, I mean generally just drop them. If so, the viewers from yesterday learned that the hard way, but yeah, it's good. We have probably a little bit of a contrast of styles, and I think your rating right now is probably higher than mine, so you can't claim that offer less insight than me. You're supposed to be carrying the stream. Or we're also
Mhm.
probably having another guest come on later, Mark Halsey, who is a national master who is currently giving a lecture at the University of Oklahoma in Norman, and I believe is going to hop on the stream after his lecture is done. So we should have a third a third mouth to talk about these games a little bit later on. Once these get going, let's see here. I'm looking at my phone, making sure we don't have any text messages, but let's see here. Refresh. All right, we currently do not have any games going, but this was just like we had last go around. I think a lot of times it takes some time to fire these up, but once we got going, we were very smooth, so that was good.
Yeah. Do we have a designated standings page per chance or no? Oh, we do. Yes.
So yeah, there was only one round, so
Yeah. If we want to put the standings on the page, that might be helpful for viewers kind of filing in case they missed yesterday, which is possible.
let's see. Where's the standings?
So you click on players, and then
Oh,
you can just
players.
see.
Yeah. So this is what happened yesterday. Uh, well, actually, my camera is blocking.
You can make it small.
There. You can kind of see it. I'm probably leaking like DMs and stuff there. All right. So we see Ryan Ambergy, Tom Bromlich, and General Zod, Joshua Alexander, all won their round number one games. All had the white pieces as well, while Arya, David Ludscombe, and Chuck Unruh were unable to get anything going. So we had 3 decisive games out of 3. Can we go over the games from yesterday? I guess we can do a quick, very, very, very fast look at the game. So a lot of you here are big fans of General Zod, and this was his game. It was Akira Khan, and we'll do this a little bit quickly here, but had a couple of trades, nice little opening stuff, and this was just a very well played game from General Zod. No real mistakes, positional maneuvering game where it just felt like he had a better feel of how to do things and come up with a plan, while Arya is doing these awkward knight maneuvers, which didn't really accomplish anything, and just a great job of just eliminating any ideas. Queen A2 was a move that looked weird at the time, but we found out a little bit later that it had a lot of purpose. And just an overall solid game. And this was the key moment in the game here. A hard move to find over the board, but a long-term positional knight sacrifice. The idea being that this pin is worth an entire piece. And it was just lights out and game over. This was the game official losing blunder, but he was already lost before. And bam, that was game. This is where either Black resigned or ran out of time. It was hard to tell. He was very low on time, as you see here at the end of the game. But a super solid game from General Zod. And yeah, where can you find this on Lead Chess? I'll go ahead and drop a link here. Bam. All right. Rare good time usage from Zod. He got it done. And whenever I switch screens to do something in chat, William's gonna disappear. So I'm sorry about that. You're able to be like a magician if you can look at it that way.
Oh, indeed.
So the other game we could do a quick rundown in is Tom Bromlich took on Chuck Unruh here. And Tom is going to be playing General Zod in round number 2. I meant Tom. Tom has the white pieces here. And simple exchange. The bishop gets kicked. And super solid here. B3 I thought was a difficult move to find. Because you have awkward things with this bishop potentially long term. And you can't really castle long. But according to the engine, it was the best move. He castled short, which is interesting with this, pawn storm that he'd already done. Opportunity here for Chuck to equalize. He needed to exchange off this bishop, which looks like a pawn, but he did not do that. And now this structure was just very, very bad for Chuck. Great move here, getting in the knight to f6. If you take there, it's a very ugly looking position, but Chuck elected to keep the tension. But Tom just had a slightly better position the entire game. These exchanges result into a win of a pawn for Tom. And he had a little bit of a situation here where he had to be somewhat nervous, and he found the correct moves. And at this moment, this is the moment that Chuck blundered, and the game ended on bishop c5. The games have started, so we can skip our little filler content here. And why it won't let me.
Click on the
There we
like
go.
arrow tab.
All right, here. So I'll go ahead and start with the game that I think the majority of chat wants to see, which is the General Zod's game against Tom. And we have e4, c5. So a Sicilian here, and it looks like that interesting knight c3 line. I don't see that very often. Very interesting approach by both players. But yeah, bishop e7, and they are probably in their book. And Anime God's like, why isn't this broadcast public? I don't know. Closed Sicilian is one of Zod's best openings. Well, there you go. It's probably a little bit, I guess, unorthodox but yep, he's got knight ge2 on the board. We'll go ahead and look at Chuck over here. So Ryan Ambergy opening with the white pieces. Chuck opening with the white pieces opens with knight f3. This was a popular idea in the candidates, and these kind of transpositions into I keep expecting it to transpose into one of the Queen's Gambit type of lines, but Chuck is deciding not to play c4. But the engine is wanting that to happen. We could have some transpositions there, something that we saw a lot during the candidates. And wow, we have a lot of moves in the David Lubscomb Arya game here. Getting off here. It looks like another Caro. We saw this from Arya in round number 1. This is his second black in a row. And looks like they are all in theory here. And very comfortable with the position.
Yeah, something really quick I'd like to add, because I personally have experience playing Arya and Scholastic. He's been playing like the same lines forever, so I would be pretty surprised if David doesn't have some extensive prep here because he has been playing the same against the knight c3 response from white. He has been playing this bishop f5, bishop g6 for as long as I've known him. So, and David's also been in the space longer than I have, so I'd assume he is plenty within book, and we can see engine already gives him a little bit of an advantage here, almost +1 after 10ish moves, which I feel is not what Arya wants, but we'll see. He seems to be playing pretty fast as
Well,
well.
this is the second straight game where Arya had about an equal position here. It says plus 0.2. And then he plays knight b6. And then the engine screams, no, no, don't do that. It was the exact same against General Zod or Josh Alexander in round number 1. He played knight b6. The engine wanted the queen to go to b6. And this is like the exact same situation that he had in round number 1. So that's interesting, and it might be something that these players have picked up on, that maybe they can bait this and this is not positionally a good idea. Though, with that being said, with Arya, his rating rise came up so quickly I'm a bit curious, like how many games has David even played him in? Because I mean, he gained like 400 points in like a few months. It feels like he had that huge tournament down in Texas. Um, so he's been hot and playing well recently. This is definitely not a very forgiving field to face, though.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to find if I can see any of their past games, which would be an interesting statistic to have, especially considering if, let's say, one of them has been historically dominant over the other, there might be a little bit of a mental edge. But I don't know. This knight b6, I played Caracal myself, and like knight b6 this early, I really feel there isn't too much to it because white can never really play c5 because it leaves such a big hole on d5. Um, and like the engine is recommending just a4 and sort of your queen side presence is a lot more pressing than, if that knight has better positioning. Like likely his knight's probably just gonna go back. Maybe I saw he played this in first round. Maybe he really likes his knight b6, knight c8 kind of thing. But traditionally, I don't know if it really has too much merit. Or maybe he's just trying to play a very early c5. Could be another idea. With
Yeah,
positions.
but if you wanted to play an early c5, wouldn't you rather have the knight on d7 to kind of support that? Or would that not support that as good?
I feel he's concerned about c5 and then white has d5, d6 is probably his concern. Because if you try that, let's say after knight b6, white
So
does
it's
something
like something
random.
like this would be somewhat problematic. And then if you waste a move, you've got to worry about the bishop getting trapped.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do have the board pulled up on my computer as well. And let's say white just plays something idle like b3. I mean, the engine is already telling black to just put the knight back where he took it, where he put it from. So back to d7.
Yeah,
That's really not.
that's not ideal. I agree.
Yeah, and like 11 moves in, he's been playing this for a while. Like these are, I don't know, I feel ideas that he should have pretty well versed, but maybe he has some prep that
Well,
neither us nor the end.
if you look at the time usage, both players are above 1 hour and 30 minutes, and the time control for this is game in 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment. So he has gained 3.5 minutes more than using 30 seconds per move. So Arya is definitely in book right now.
Yeah. I mean, he
Let's see
did
here.
spend a minute on his last one, knight b6. So
Yeah.
I feel maybe he mixed up his prep a little bit because white has a pretty big this positional hole now with 95. But we'll see. Do you want to hop back? Oh, do you want to hop back maybe to the Ambergy game? Because there have been some pretty interesting developments in that.
All right, here. So this game, I think we left off around here. We have e6. The engine has been screaming to play c4 and make it kind of Queen's Gambit type of opening, but Chuck is determined to not transpose into that because he probably knows that Ryan is very well prepared for that. And we have trying to kick the bishop, and the bishop has successfully been kicked. And interesting move here by Ryan. He is threatening the knight, so not moving the bishop. But already we see here a slight pull for black in the opening. So some good opening preparation here from Ryan Amberby. This is a very
Yeah.
interesting move.
Oh, wow. I feel Ryan has also maybe seen something similar on the board. I mean, this like Catalan setup without c4 is I've never really played Bishop f5 against it, but I figure he's been to a lot more events than I have, and he seems to be playing this with a decent amount of confidence, and an engine likes it as well. So maybe this is one of those cases where, White starts to maybe be a little unorthodox, but like h3 g4, really, I don't know what the intention is, because once you have Bishop g6 back, it's a little odd. Maybe he wants to go 95 and take the bishop,
Yeah, it's kind of committal playing these h3 g4 stuff because you kind of don't want to castle into that. It can be very weak if you do. I mean, sometimes you can get away with castling into it, but you're also inviting uh, Ambergy to just launch a really big attack, and maybe he will, maybe he won't. But definitely feels like Ryan is in his prep and has a pretty good position here. Chuck has really gone out of his way to trade this knight for this bishop, um, which, I mean, I'm not really sure the time spent to do that trade is worth the reward that you get out of it. But I guess we'll see. He is determined to make this trade.
Yeah, especially in these Queen's Gambit setups. Like, I guess he really wants to just exploit the fact that his G2 bishop is good. But black with his little D5, E6, F7, and maybe even C6 in the future, that pawn chain really makes his bishop a little bit of a pawn in itself. So I feel this it doesn't hurt him that much. Of course, you don't want to lose both of your bishops really fast, but if it takes white, you know, H3, G4, Knight F3, Knight E5 just to get there, it might be a little bit suspect. Like I feel Ryan is definitely able to use that time advantage. Out of all the players here, he's probably the most capable of just exploiting those really small advantages. So excited to see where this ends up going. Engine wants C5 already, which is kind of interesting.
All right, we have, let's see here, I think some developments into this game here. I believe this was the last position I remember. I had b5, bishop b2, no surprise after playing g3. And going ahead and classic closed Sicilian stuff here. Probably be nice development moves. Everyone's going to put their pieces on squares they like them in. The engine says all zeros. The engine doesn't, get super excited about these close Sicilians. But at least this should be in General Zod's prep and comfort zone. So he's getting a position that's comfortable. And one advantage of having the white pieces is a lot of times you can dictate the type of game that you're playing. It's not really necessarily that you're getting a better position, because as we see here, this is just all zeros, so completely even right now. But this might be a position that maybe Josh is more comfortable with than Tom. But I'm pretty sure Tom is also very experienced in all of this as well.
Yeah, and I know some members in chat did say that this is one of Joshua's sort of weapons, which is quite good actually, because Tom, I feel there's room to be outplayed, and after 7 moves, we can see like not a single piece has gone off the board, and White has a really clear just kingside initiative, and I feel over time, if this is something he has been used to, he knows all the patterns, he knows all the good ideas. I feel it can get a little scary, and we see time wise, Tom is already down 12 minutes, which is not too substantial, but given it's move 7, maybe if you're a Tom fan here, it's not the best sign, especially considering Joshua has that pretty extensive sort of preparation in these kinds of positions. So I don't know. It could get. Do you wanna? Can you draw some arrows on the board, Miles, at all, or just sort of show some ideas that White would want to go for? Oh wait, what?
So yeah, we have a d5, e takes d5 here on the board. Yeah, I have played a little bit of a closed system some in the past, but it's not really the main thing I do. But yeah, we're gonna get some exchanges here, and now we can put this knight over to d5. It looks like, and I mean, I still think that black is completely fine here. But I think when you one thing you did point out, the time usage here, we've got Josh, over 90 minutes on time, so he has been playing the entire game using less than the increment, and Tom is falling a little bit behind on time, 8 moves into the game, but he might not be as used to these specific lines as Josh, who might play them regularly, while Tom was probably more used to facing kind of the open systems, which I feel are more common. but yeah, they will. They will
One
be
really
going
quick thing
here.
to note, David on that board against Arya after the knight b6, he has been thinking for a pretty significant amount of time. He hasn't played anything yet, but just figured it would be interesting to mention.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, this also might be a sign that, like up to this point here, you see here after Rook F to D1 that David was 1 hour and 34 minutes. Then after Knight B6, we see him already, you know, 11 minutes into the tank. So he was blitzing out everything up to that point, which makes me think that Knight B6 is the move that has put David out of his prep. And if David was prepping based off of the best engine moves, he might know that Knight B6 is not the best move, but it's one thing to know that, but to know how to exploit that is a completely more important thing and also very difficult. All right, I'm going to invite in Mark Halsey, who just mentioned in that he is done. Uh, let's see here. I might break some things if. Let's see here. All right. Add him to the DM. Let's see here. Sorry, all, for potential technical issues. I know that William is going to be hidden when I'm doing this behind the scenes, but that is to be expected. Sorry, everybody. We've got some technical stuff behind the scenes here. Uh, for those wondering here, I know that chat is asking about Zod. This is Zod's game live right here. He has the white pieces. Josh Alexander taking on Tom Bromlich in round number 1. And Josh did win his first game, which is good. But I am attempting to get in another national master to join this call. And he keeps calling me from another Discord. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. Hello.
Hello.
I have 2 different calls going now.
Oh,
I so when I joined this call, it got me off of the other call. So I've been trying to in the chat. I've been mentioning that I have a group with you and William, and I was trying to get both of you on the same call.
should I hang up?
Yeah, can you? If you look at your direct messages, you should see there's a chat with me, and then there's a chat with William and me. Can you join the call with the William and me?
Oh, okay. Let me see. Hmm.
So I'm going to disconnect this call and then we should be on
Okay,
the other call.
go ahead and disconnect it.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
No.
And no, I lost my pop out thing. Oh well. I temporarily lost your camera, but we will get it back. I think maybe.
It's okay.
And we should have Mark Halsey joining on this call soon. I hope if he was able to get those of you on the broadcast were able to see that I was on the call with him, trying to get him into the group chat call, but he had me on the solo one. Maybe I should have attempted to. Oh well, there were ideas that I could have had there, which could have been done a little bit smoother. But sorry to all of chat. We are working through some technical stuff now. All right, I think Mark is on this call.
I
Hello, Mark.
can hear you. Hi, Miles.
I can hear you as well.
Hi, William.
Hi.
All right, so I will reset up my original setup. Try to get William back on here.
I just
Mark,
heard William say hi.
No, I meant his camera. I had his camera on originally, and then when I left, some technical stuff. Nope, wrong one. So chat gets to see all the behind the scenes stuff as I am working out technical stuff behind the scenes.
So I'm sitting here looking at the Luscombe Chowdhury game.
Yes, I will go ahead and put that on the screen.
He still has not made a move. Just kind of interesting.
There we go. I got William back, everybody.
Yay.
Yeah, so the general is Josh Alexander. He is playing Tom Bromlich right now. And we've got up this game, we've got Arya Chaudhuri playing here. And the last time that we saw this position, actually, it was this position, knight b6. So we've also got National Master Mark Halsey, who just joined the call from Norman, Oklahoma, after giving a lecture. So we're excited to have him on the broadcast. And so what do you have, what insights do you have for us in this game, Mark?
Well, the first thing I noticed is that Arya, like a lot of young players, plays pawn to c6, right pawn, wrong square, because I'm a Sicilian c5 fan. But of course, c6 is very, very popular. And then after d4, d5, Luscombe played knight c3. That's the main line. And then after d takes a d4, knight takes a d4. This is kind of the main variation, classical variation with bishop c5. Kasparov wrote an entire book on this, by the way. And so after knight to g3, the bishop retreated to g6, and Luscombe brought out his other knight, knight f3, instead of just immediately continuing to chase the bishop with h4. And then knight d7 is the standard answer, because once white plays knight f3, he could play knight e5, and that would start to jeopardize that bishop on g6. So standardly, knight d7 stops that. And then bishop d3, trading off the bishop. Bishop takes on d3. Queen takes back on d3. And then knight gf6. So this is a positional way to play this as white, especially when you castle short. Some people are tempted to castle long and try to throw the king side pawns at the black king. But Karpov, when he was world champion, showed that it wasn't so, even in the 90s, showed that it wasn't so easy for white to just attack that black king in the Caro-Kann.
Yeah,
So
I
then
make the same
he's,
mistake. I want to launch my pawns, and then that doesn't always work. I usually just create weaknesses and then get exploited for that.
so after castling short, Luscombe pushes his pawn to c4, which takes the d5 square away from the black knights. And then he castled short, rook fd1, kind of standard, discouraging pawn to c5. Black would like to trade off that c6 pawn for the d4 pawn, and then that would be more room for the major pieces. But so that's discouraged. And then knight b6, it's an interesting idea. I mean, I'm sure that all of this is probably book.
Well, one thing I will point out is in this position, after rook f to d1, David Luscombe has an hour and 34 minutes, and Arya has an hour and 34 minutes. So they're both pretty much just in book playing, with less than the
Yeah,
increment even. And then after knight
yeah.
b6, Arya played that move relatively quickly, but if you look, David spent over 20 minutes, so he is definitely out of book after knight b6. And
Uh, but the
but if
queen
you
c2 move
if you look
makes
at the
sense.
engine, knight b6 is not loved by the engine. So I think that David was prepared for probably the best move in the position. The knight b6
Mm.
is maybe a slight inaccuracy or novelty, and that's kind of what thrown David off. And queen c2 is interesting because it's so unnatural for me to move the queen backwards.
Yeah, but at the same time, it uncovers the rook on d1, which now just looks right at the black queen, and that means that it's hard for black to make the c5 or e5 break. Um, so those pawns are just going to sit there on the sixth rank. And then the question is whether white can start taking away more squares. He already has a space advantage. Can he find outposts? Particularly, is it possible to put something on d6 by playing pawn to c5 and then maybe either knight e4 or knight to e5, c4, and then d6? But this wouldn't be good timing for that because the bishop on f4 needs attention. As soon as you push c5, that knight's going to hop to d5,
Yeah.
and so you have to have something in mind.
One thing that
So then
Willie
the
had
question,
mentioned earlier in this broadcast was that you can never really play c5 because of knight to d5. It's just not ideal. And he also mentioned that after like a waiting move after knight b6, that the engine immediately wants you to go back to d7. Knight d7 is the best move in this position according to the engine after queen c2, which isn't a great
yeah.
sign for knight b6.
The reason engines think that way is because um, the evaluation of how much a piece is worth depends on what square it's on. And so when you have a square that's closer to the center, uh, it's gonna gain in value. So I think the computer's algorithm probably just says stuff like, and that's how they make a list of candidate moves. They just say, well, how can I put my piece on a square that brings a higher value? Now humans don't at least I don't think we think that way. We think in broad plans. For example, here, if I were black, I'd say, gee, I don't like my queen on d8. I'd like to connect my rooks, but where am I going to put it? Um, it doesn't look like white's threatening d5 in any time. So, oh, he's going to put it on c8. Okay. And so maybe the idea is then you can play c5 and get a little room for yourself, either before rook to d8 or maybe play rook to d8 first.
Rook c8 is such a very natural move after queen. I mean, rook c1 is such a natural move after queen c8. We see the engine already asking that, and that would ask some questions with a potential c5 break as well.
I'm just looking at the position without an engine, so
Yeah,
I'm
for
just
sure.
sort of winging it here. If I were white, I'd be thinking, well, rook a to c1,
Yeah,
standard.
yeah, that
The,
is
the, the
very
Caro
natural.
Kann is the most d pawn like of the king pawn openings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean this position already kind of looks like that. We've got a pawn on d4, a pawn on c4. So if you showed me this position, I would be like, oh, this was some weird type of queen's gambit or something.
Yeah,
Um,
Queen's Gambit, where white has gotten pawn to e4 in, or maybe a collie. But the rooks on c1 and d1 are standard, and then you maybe find something more active for that white queen to support some other action. And then the question is, how does white make progress here?
yeah, finding a plan in these positions can be difficult for sure. And it's something that we had a very similar game in round number 1 with Josh Alexander taking on Arya, where knight b6 was also kind of an inaccuracy in that game as well. Arya kind of going for a very similar setup. The engine did not like that. And
Mm.
Josh played a brilliant game and kind of slowly beat him positionally.
Mm.
So that it might be the way to exploit this. I'm not as sure if that's within David's style, who might be a more, I guess, direct player than what General Zod or Josh uh, is. But I'm definitely more direct in my thoughts generally as well than long-term positional.
Yeah, with that in mind, it does make sense for white to push the a pawn to a5, um, because
I
it
think,
grabs a lot of space on the queen side.
yeah,
And
I
if
think that
black, it
a4 gets
does
meat with
later
a5.
say what?
I think that a4 would get met with a5, which
Yeah,
you
that
could
is true.
argue could cause some
But
weaknesses on Black's
that
queen
would
side.
destabilize the knight on b6.
Yeah.
I want to introduce you to George. George Miller's new
I'll be right back.
expert from Arizona.
All right.
Like not new expert, but he's from Arizona.
We can hear the conversation in the background that they're having.
Okay.
Um,
I used to play up in Scottsdale.
let's see here.
I actually don't know where he lives.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to
Yeah.
quiet that.
Almost size of LA now. 8 million people.
Sorry,
Yeah.
everybody. Working technical difficulties with
Tried to come this way.
3 people.
Oh, here. Yes. Oh, yeah, Scottsdale, but expensive.
Can be difficult.
The green fees are not cheap.
Yeah. I'm doing a lecture. Well, not a lecture. I'm adding commentary to the book.
All right. He's muted right now in the background, and I'm sorry. Just wanted to get the background noise out, and then we'll bring him back in later when he is done with that conversation. I didn't know the best way to handle that. William, do you have anything to add? I know that I feel like you kind of were boxed out of that conversation. I apologize for that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't know. My first thought is try to, like you mentioned, this a4 a5 is not bad. And like if black responds with a5, I really like queen b3, but you just don't want to let black play c5. But generally, I don't know. I don't like this. I don't really like what Arya is doing, to be completely honest. But I feel he knows what he is doing though, which is good. Um, but yeah, I think my engine at least says a4 is best, and as soon as a5, you have queen b3. And that just disallows the c5 idea completely. And looking back, maybe you want your rooks as white on D1 and E1 instead of on C1 and D1 because generally the C file never really opens. This structure is sort of with your C6 and like your C4. You can kind of see it with Catalan a lot, especially with this sort of white playing C5 and they were bringing a hole on D5. So this is sort of a structure that I've seen a decent amount, and generally, as white, you do want to push c5 when the timing is right. But to be fair, normally there's like a bishop on b7, so for black. So I don't think it is the exact sequence of moves is applicable here. But generally, like not really to just completely just follow the computer, but the computer really likes this rook c1. I'm not too sure because what does it want after? After c5, it just wants you to take and play knight g5, which is a little. What does it want? Honestly,
All right, chat is getting angsty and wanting to go back to the General Zod game, I think. So we'll go ahead and oh yeah, we've had some moves here. Had a lot of moves here. I feel like the last time we were here was the knight e4. We have knight c6 here, a4. Going to go ahead and try to soften up the queen side, and takes. Have a lot of exchanges here, and c4 to try to open up the position, but this is already looking. It feels hard to make a lot of progress with either side here. I feel like. I think that black can just take, and yeah, just move the knight back, and then I don't know. We're gonna exchange here. Ooh, apparently that was a mistake. Oh, because I'm hanging that. Okay, gotcha. So I have to take with the knight, so we're not hanging the pawns. And yeah, you're gonna end up castling with black, and I feel like be completely fine. So a little bit of work for General Zod to do here to make this a more decisive game, I would say. Because right now, I think that Tom has a pretty nice position if you're okay with drawing with black. Yeah, any thoughts here?
um, yeah, honestly, this is a really, like you mentioned, just kind of piggybacking off what you said. I really don't see too many chances. I feel the only thing that, as white, you really maybe want to try to put pressure on is the pawn on c5. Because it's sort of just by itself. But on the flip side of that, black does have this backward b pawn to attack for white. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know what the plan is going forward. Um, but again, he does have experience. Chad did mention that this is one of his sort of main weapons. So maybe he does still know some ideas here. But in general, of course, isn't the most trying for a win. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel typically in your close Sicilians you want to go for more sort of your F4, F5 kind of idea and less of this big exchange. I did see though after D5, it's pretty difficult to avoid the exchange because E5 and then you just get it like it's a pawn on D4 and then it gets a little suspect. So
Yeah,
I would
I
assume.
agree with the ideas of like f4, f5. That's my default plan in all of these, and sometimes it's the correct plan, and sometimes it's not. So maybe he knows why not to do that. You oftentimes can have a queen get here and can be kind of annoying if you're not careful. Um, but yeah, I agree. That's definitely an idea for sure. And I do like the idea of attacking c5. So hypothetically, after exchange, knight comes back. We got this. The problem is even I would like to keep the tension of the queens because the rook coming here is good. And I think that keeping queens on it gives you a better chance of having a decisive game. But I want to play bishop to e3, and then you got this knight and this bishop hitting this pawn on c5, and maybe we can, cause some discomfort. With that being said, the engine is very happy right here.
I think practically there is still definitely a bit of chance though going forward for white. I mean, I don't ever feel black is the one who's pressing, so I mean, I know we like to reference the engine a lot, but Tom is certainly not an engine, so
Yeah, for sure.
interesting to see how he sort of goes for a plan here. If we want to tab over just really quick, there have been some, I don't know, in the Ryan game there is an interesting F5 move, which I don't really understand, but
So we had knight e5 played, queen h4, just it's real interesting kind of aggressive approach here from Ryan Ambergit with the black pieces. And bishop e3 is somewhat awkward because you're blocking in that e pawn, but I guess with the bishop already on g2, that's not super big of a problem. But it just feels like this bishop is a pawn. I mean, it doesn't have too many places to go. And bishop d6, knight takes, h takes, knight d2, f5. Yeah, f5 is it's double-edged for sure. It's threatening if you give me another move. Like if you waste a move here, then I can play f4, and apparently that's not even completely won. Why? Take. Oh, because after you take, you can retreat the bishop. Gotcha. So, yeah, f5 is I thought it was threatening to win the bishop, but it's not even doing that. So, yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, David can't really take here because this would just be terrible. So it does add a little bit of tension to the position. Let's see. I'm not sure if Mark knows that I muted him with this background conversation, so I'll turn him back on. All right, Mark. I'm sorry. I have you back on. We heard that the background conversation, and I just wanted to mute you so it wouldn't be on the broadcast. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ambergy game. Interestingly now, after this f5 move for black, this looks like a Dutch where maybe like the Sandopan Dutch, where Sandopan would play knight c6, castle long, and white just looks lost.
Yeah, I definitely want a castle long if I'm Ryan, because you've moved all of your pawns on your king side already. So that definitely makes a lot of sense. And very awkward position for Chuck here with his bishop on e3, which just feels like it's acting as a pawn right now. And you don't want to castle king side into what Ryan is doing here. So I feel like that maybe Chuck wants to find a way to exchange off this knight here, queen d2, and then try to castle long himself. The crazy thing here is the engine is saying castling short with Ryan Ambergy, but I don't think you ever consider. I don't think a human ever plays that. I mean, I would think that something like, you got to be careful actually, because you like after knight c6, you have bishop g5, and Ryan has to worry about his queen almost getting trapped, and then the bishop on g5 cuts off the king from castling. So
I figure that if white plays knight f3, queen e7 happens, and big deal. I still think black just holds all the cards.
yeah, I mean, I don't like knight f3 as much because I want to get my queen off the back rank. So I just want to take on e4 and then play queen to d2, and I feel like that's a good idea for white, because I
So
want to
if
get
if
completely out of the pressure that black is putting on me.
so if white plays knight takes e4, do you think Ryan would take with the f or the d pawn?
Logically, I would go with the f pawn, but
If he
just
takes with that
naturally
d
taking towards
pawn,
the center.
if black does take with the d pawn, he still has this f4 pawn, and they have an e4 f4 pawn duo potential.
Yeah, I think that is
So
broken up by the very natural queen d2 though, because I wanted to move my queen there anyways. I
queen,
believe we
where
have
does the
enough
white
pieces.
queen going to d2? You say?
Yeah, I want to go to queen to d2 and then maybe castle long term to get out of a
Okay,
lot of this pressure that Ryan has. Ah, hit a button. All right.
so chances are black's going to play knight c6 and then castle long.
Yeah, and wait,
So yeah.
really quick. I saw someone in the chat asking about black and white being randomized. Are any of you guys familiar with the exact sort of pairing process? I know it was predetermined going into the event, but if we had some info on that, that'd be cool.
Yeah, this is a six round. This is a 6-player tournament, a 5-round event. So it's a round robin. That means every player will either have 3 whites or 3 blacks. There's no way to avoid that. And they're drawn. Each player was assigned a number, and that number has a pairing associated with that for each round. So
So for
Josh,
these round robins, the pairings, a pairing for a 6-player round robin, the pairings already exist. What is randomized is the names of the players and the numbers that what board they're on. So once they shuffle the names and they just draw, then the players probably my guess is that Ryan put his hand in a bag and pulled out a number, and that pairing number was his, and then everybody below him was just fell into place. So these the pairings themselves are just part of the round robin process, and this has been known for like a century or more.
yeah, it's not quite as fair as the double round robin that we had in the candidates, but there's also the real life time issues of not being able to do a double round robin. So, um, but
Yeah, the pairings are basically random.
all right, here I'm gonna get a drink and I'll put it on the David
Okay, so it does take.
Oria game in the background.
Actually, could you maybe go back to the... Oh, wait, he left. Never mind. E4 was
So
played.
Chuck Unruh did play knight takes on e4. And my guess is that Ryan is going to play d takes at e4. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Good
I don't know
call. That
why I
was not what I
ended
expected.
Yeah, now it's just develop the queen's knight castle long, and every black piece just looks happy.
up.
I mean, I really like White's idea of maybe potentially a queen d2 and then a bishop g5. That feels very strong and prevents you from castling long too.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So if queen d2, knight c6, then bishop g5, and then the queen will go back to h7.
Yeah, it doesn't have another square.
And then castle long. What does white do?
Yeah, White can castle long. They can think about d5 a little bit soon.
So if
Kind of.
d5 immediately, probably you
I don't think d5
take it.
immediately works because yeah, you just take. Though maybe you can get away with it because the queen is on h7. So
Yeah.
let's see here. Just go ahead and throw out a few moves here. Can you? Yeah. Can you get away with it? I think it's playable. It's certainly playable.
We had another question from chat about why it's not a double round robin. Someone's wondering if it's a time issue or just a safer financial choice. I would say I think it's a time issue, but if you guys could clarify on that really quick.
Yeah, double round robin would be 10 rounds, and it's hard to get 6 players and a venue together for that amount of time. It would have to be played over multiple weekends, and it's hard enough to schedule a tournament for one weekend. Like this was originally scheduled, I believe, in April, and Mark was actually going to be one of the participants back then, and he gave up his spot so that Arya, who had a great tournament around that same time frame, could get in. But yeah, it's just hard to get the people to get everyone in this event for sure.
My wife and I had our 35th wedding anniversary scheduled in April.
Oh, congratulations.
Congrats! Do you have a super exciting plans for that, or do you want to share that with the
No,
public?
we just got back from Napa,
Oh, okay, that's nice.
so I couldn't commit to the Rosa. It was just, who knows what would happen in the schedule.
Yeah, you want to make sure to have as much flexibility on those trips too. If you maybe want to potentially add on a little bit longer and things like that too, if you're able to.
Travel is complex these days.
That is very true, and it's only getting more complex, unfortunately, um, because of some of the current events in the world. But yeah, this game looks like it could be somewhat dynamic. I actually think that Chuck, especially facing an opponent like Ryan, is doing quite well here. Ryan has opened himself up, and I just don't see the knockout blow. But we'll see a little bit later on, I guess. Okay, we haven't looked at David versus Arya in a couple of minutes. So we had knight b6, queen c2, queen c8. We had a4 played and a5 played, which was ideas that I believe William was mentioning being played earlier. And as Mark mentioned, this knight now on b6 has less protection than it had before.
I think here White wants to go just queen b3, and I don't know how Black would ever subsequently c5 off, so he probably just goes back to d7.
Yeah, it feels like this knight practically is destined to go back to d7, but it's also psychologically hard to move your knight from d7 to b6 and then willingly move it back to d7. Those can be sometimes some of the hardest moves to make psychologically.
Yeah. There is a line in, I think it's like the, I don't know visually, it's fine, but it's like the against the Slav as White, when White goes for a g3 bishop g2 kind of setup, Black actually does shimmy between b6 and d7 a few times. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that. Probably not, but it's an interesting thing. So I think yes, Zod is indeed the GOAT. Sorry, I'm looking at chat.
Yeah.
But
there's some openings too where the bishop will come out and then you'll play like a bishop f1 after castling and things like that. It can get a little bit crazy. Or yeah, the bishop would come out and then back. I vaguely remember some of that, and then I vaguely never remember to do that because I don't want to move my bishop backwards. It feels illegal.
mhm.
But as you mentioned, queen b3 is on the board. A very natural idea from David. I actually think it's going to kind of force Arya into making the correct decision of moving that back knight back to d7. However, if you were on yesterday's broadcast, you would have seen that Arya played rook a6 in a very similar position, very, very similar. And his idea was to move the knight to d7 and then play rook b6. So it'll be interesting. Will Arya repeat that idea? Because he repeated the idea of moving his knight to b6 in this game. It could be something that he's like familiar and comfortable with, even though the engine is less impressed. But it's not 100% automatic that he's going to retreat the knight here.
I don't know if he wants to go back to that rook a6 though after last game. Maybe
Yeah.
I mean
Um,
I think this might be a time to just come back and just accept that knight b6 wasn't the greatest idea. But
well, the last game he moved his knight to c8 after doing the rook a6 maneuver, so this position is different. So he could definitely come up with something.
yep. Do we want to pop over to Zod's game actually? Because there is like pretty interesting strategical development there that um looks odd. I'm not
All
gonna
right,
lie.
we last were at here at c4, so we saw the exchanges here. The knight going to f6, which is interesting. I was expecting the knight kind of to retreat to b6, but now we see an exchange here. Can basically the almost guarantee that Tom is going to take back with the bishop. I think he's trying to decide now. Yeah, he pretty much. You don't want to take back with the pawn here. So takes back with the bishop. And we have ideas potentially of maybe a queen a4 with putting some pressure onto this knight. However, I think a queen c7 covers that up nicely. And there might not be a super nice follow-up. Or queen c8 because we don't want to allow the bishop f4 idea hitting the queen for free. But the engine is now saying that like this position I felt like had like nothing. But now the engine is like plus 1.2 for white. But I don't understand where the advantage is coming from.
I actually do like White's position, like especially with the Queen A4, Rook D1. I think you're just a lot more active. You don't. I mean, Bishop on A8 looks really suspect in the future. I'm not gonna lie. And I just think long. I mean, this is really difficult. It's not like White is just better right off rip, but I feel positionally. If you look down sort of the rabbit hole, like Queen A4 is probably going to be played. Queen C8. Um, Engine wants Bishop E3, but I liked Bishop E4. Apparently that's not good. But I think the first line, sort of Bishop E3. I mean, apparently Black should just castle, which is, I mean, practically. I don't know if you castle in that position instead of going Bishop E7, but if you could show it on the board, yeah, maybe Bishop E3, Bishop
Yeah,
E7
it
was
just
my
wants to
first.
give up this pawn, which feels very unnatural to just make that concession, right?
Yeah, I don't feel Black is gonna castle. I think he's gonna go for Bishop E7, and then Rook A1, and it gets a little bit like Bishop E7 instead of castling. I feel it's a much more human move. But what does the engine after this? Castle. What is it? Oh,
Oh, yeah, the engine does point out that you can take here, and then after takes, you get this knight at the end. Now we have two minor pieces for rook, and we'll try to prove that to be worthy of a victory.
yeah, I do think, especially considering it's a majority on the queen side, and the bishop pair is pretty strong. It's a pretty open position. I feel if it gets to this, I feel this is Josh's idea. Although Tom hasn't even taken back yet. I don't know if he's considering taking with the G pawn. And also to answer special agent Bill's question. I feel, yeah, theoretically if he does, the question was if General Zod wins all of his games, he could theoretically, he's asking if he could get the national master title. which is a sort of bar of 2200. So I do feel, yeah, if he does win all of his, it would be quite likely. Although winning all of it would be difficult, of course. But yes, I think it is certainly possible, and he's playing pretty well. I feel this game especially, not to be sort of an engine dweller, but after sort of this, I don't know if G takes is ever ideal. Yeah, G takes just loses on the spot apparently. But yeah, after this bishop f6, queen a4, and sort of just bringing everything on the queen side, he will have to like quote unquote best case scenario. You will just be like up a pawn or up two pieces for a rook. But I think practically, especially considering how much I've seen of his just raw like computational calculation, I feel he is pretty well a ways to winning that game if he does get the position Miles showed earlier with uh taking on a8 twice with the queen and the rook and then getting the knight on c6. So I do think he would have pretty good chances in that position. But he also, how's he doing on time? Yeah, he has a lot of time.
Yeah,
But
Josh has tons of time here. Tom has kind of gone into the tank. I don't really feel like Tom is in a terrible position time wise, given how many pieces are on the board. I think he has enough to safely navigate this game. But Josh, once again, developing a nice time edge. And we can see here that Ryan has a bit of an edge, and Arya, who might have lost last round on time, uh, developing a bit of a time edge as well.
yeah, and Tom does, I've played him once. And the one time I did play him, he did also burn a lot of time and he got in a position where he kind of just hung a piece. Someone in chat, since I don't think anything crazy is happening in the other boards, I think he's mentioning this game, but he's wondering if we can see the game from the beginning, which was it was just a close Sicilian
Yeah.
and then exchanges on d5 and then c4 was played. But if you could just run through that, I think
Yeah,
it
this is the
would be.
game. This is General Zod, by the way. He's got the white pieces, Josh Alexander, and playing a close Sicilian, which chat mentioned that he was very comfortable playing, and we end up getting to this position that we currently have. Oh wait, no, I went too far because I had my own analysis. This is the live position. We were assuming in our analysis that we're going to see bishop takes f6. This feels like a very odd position to spend a lot of time on because you've really only got two candidate moves. And to me, by process of elimination, g takes f6 just feels terrible. Um, so I don't
I think
understand why Tom is taking a long think here.
I think what Tom might be thinking about earlier in the line we looked at when he takes on f6 with the bishop, and then you have this queen a4, bishop e3. Maybe he like sees that and he doesn't like because in the end of the line, right? But the engine says black should castle, and just give up the c5 pawn with tempo. Maybe Tom is seeing that, and if maybe his idea is, okay, if I take with my g pawn, then the bishop won't be hanging after bishop e3. The pawn won't be hanging after bishop e3. So
Well,
maybe that is his idea. But g
g
takes, I
takes
mean, bishop
f6 is on the
h6.
board. He played g
Actually,
takes f6. Josh immediately responds with queen a4. Blitzed it out before I think that Tom was even done writing down his move. And then we see an immediately queen c8 from Tom. So some quick moves that just happened in this game. This isn't my analysis. This is actual live. Um, but yeah, I mean, we have ideas now that after queen a4 and queen c8, you can play bishop to h6, and then Tom can't castle at all. And meanwhile, that dark square bishop just does not look very pleasant where it's at. You've got a pawn on f6 and a pawn on c5, and it's just not seeing very many squares.
and something to mention, I know if you're just looking at it from chat, you might be like, oh, it's +3. Why it's just waiting. To be fair, it is not like concretely why just can win a piece or something. It's more of the engine likes it positionally long term. Looking at the top line here, it's just to like the engine really likes just going back to the what we looked at earlier with queen takes. Oh, this is sort of in the future, but let's say bishop h6, bishop f8, bishop e3, bishop e7, and then rook a1. Again, rook. Oh, rook a1. Yeah. And then castle, I guess this is what Tom wanted to avoid because originally if you take on f6 with the bishop, then your pawn is hanging. But I feel this is the position that we go back to. And I honestly do not think this is just, of course, this isn't just winning. Like, if you look at the position, you can't just be like, wow, white just wins this without any problem at all. Because that's simply not the case if you look at it. But yeah, I'm not used to seeing him with good time use.
Yeah,
There isn't,
it's
is there with the players? I don't think there is.
there's not video with the players yet. There was talk that maybe in a later round of setting that up, but um, I'm also unsure if I could figure that out logistically from my stream's point of view. So I wasn't really pushing that as something that we really needed. Um, but because there's only so much I can do on my stream without really worrying about crashing things. Because I've got another video and an audio, and then I have my own stream, and like how many more scenes do I need to add before my computer just crashes? Is the question. You gotta think about these things from a technical standpoint. But luckily, everything from my end is currently holding up. So cross our fingers on that.
Yeah, and just a note, Bishop H6 is on the.
I'm going to the bathroom, then I'll be ready.
Okay.
Okay, Bishop H6 is on the board. Bishop F8 is very natural. Though he could just ignore it and there's improving moves. Do you have time for like a Bishop B7? The idea of not allowing the whole Rook A1 and then takes type of scenario.
Yeah, I feel you would want to go Bishop B7 after a Rook A1 because you sort of waste the Rook's time going over, but I don't know. This position does not seem the best for white.
So maybe something like this, and then this.
Yeah, I'm not liking this bishop to f8 maneuver.
I mean, this doesn't like the thing is yeah, we're winning this pawn on c5 here, and I don't like any line where we're losing the pawn on c5 because long term you're gonna have a b pass b and c pawn that are just completely unopposed. So the connected passers, I think, long term is just gonna completely win for Josh.
To be fair, though, I think it's pretty difficult to avoid losing the pawn on c5, especially in the position you have right now. Like, the bishop is just so powerful on the diagonal for white, which makes the knight sort of trapped, right? And I think that is why the engine actually gives such a big bonus to white, is because in the future, I don't think it's possible, at least realistically, to hang on to the c5 pawn for black. And then I think the two passers kind of just win the game. That's why I think I might be wrong, but I think that is the critical distinction between sort of bishop takes and pawn takes. Is like you're losing the pawn anyways, so Stockfish is like, we might as well just have a bishop on f6 that at least, you can put some pressure on b2. Maybe, of course, that diagonal rook wants to come to e1 for white. Maybe buys like, maybe a bishop on f6 could help sort of discourage that. But of course, like once you get your pawns like on the B and C files, you get a rook, the bishop is really strong. Black has no counterplay on the king side essentially with their pawns. So I feel that is sort of the leading cause behind the evaluation. I do think General Zod is actually, I don't see him losing this game at all. Maybe fumble a little bit into a drop. I think he's also playing fast, so that implies he does sort of see the things that we are also seeing. I mean, I don't think it takes an engine to see that Bishop A6, Rook A1, and just getting the pawn on C5 is not the play. Like, it's simply pretty, I don't know. I feel it's something you can just look at off a glance and sort of see. And maybe not off a glance, but more than a minute of thinking, you can probably just tell. Like I'm like 100 points below Joshua, and I was able to see it pretty easily. So especially someone at his level, I don't think it'll be a problem. And something I like to mention actually, like Tom, he is very 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 what is the word? I don't know the word, but he is very, very good. But something I like to say for sort of Josh having the first round pairing of Arya and then Tom, both with the white pieces, I feel it really, especially in a tournament like this, where to be honest, the front runner is probably Brian by a pretty big long shot. But I feel having two, I mean, we don't want to speak too soon and just say it's a win, right? But having two games where you just get tremendous pressure with white, there is really not much of a resistance by your opponent. Like I don't feel Arya did too well if anyone saw that game. Like Arya did not really put any pressure. He kind of just made some inaccuracies in the opening and then sort of just completely fumbled later on. So I feel having those two again, not for sure yet, but having two big wins, especially considering his sort of style and his unorthodox approach, I feel it can really go a long ways to sort of just helping him
Um,
do well.
IO Baccarat, these are FIDE ratings. These are not the USCF ratings that you're seeing on Lead Chess. So, General Zod or Josh's USCF rating right now is 2158. So he needs 42 points to reach national master, which I think if he got like 4.5 out of 5 or 5 out of 5 would probably get there. Um, but that would also be very difficult into this field as well.
Yeah, also keep in mind for viewers, everyone here is from Oklahoma, and we don't have that many FIDE events. His USCF is 2158. The win yesterday, I don't think it's like a live rating kind of thing, but I'd assume he probably got like in the 5 to 10 range to answer special agent Bill's question. But yeah, I
Yeah,
also
with these round robins, you can calculate the amount of points you would gain based off a certain score because you're playing against the same five people, regardless of what happens in the event. So I probably should have that up for the next broadcast. Uh, what each score would mean for his rating because you can actually calculate that.
yeah, I looked it up really quick. The rating estimator does say he got 8 points from yesterday's game. How accurate that is, I mean, you never really know, right? But I do think he got because Arya still rated pretty well. So I'm pretty sure he does benefit from that. And a win in this game because Tom is at 2200. Albeit he is also a life master, so it is not sort of like the most direct comparison, but a win here would go a pretty big way. I think he'd probably be bounced up to like 2180 if he is able to finish up this game. Um, and then let's say in the future, a loss to Ryan. I mean, Ryan's 2400, so I don't think that will do too bad. And I think while Tom is thinking, maybe swing over to the Ryan game because I do think there are a lot of there has been a lot. This like Bishop D2, not Bishop Queen E2 stuff happened.
So we saw where's the okay? We saw knight takes e4, d takes e4, which caught me by surprise, but was something that I think you and Mark both were expecting. Queen d2, queen f6. So he was saw the idea of bishop g5 coming, and he wanted to get his queen to a better square. Did not want his queen to be stuck on h7. Bishop to g5, queen f7, castles long, and here he likes to put the knight onto d7. This potentially frees up some c5 ideas in the future if he would like, instead of having the knight on c6. And king b1, very natural thing, very natural autopilot thing to do when you castle long is to put the king on to b1. And we see the knight come to f6, and we just saw Chuck play f3. Gonna go ahead and kind of attack this pawn madness going on here. But it looks like we have a very combative position. In round number one, Ryan basically had his way with David and got everything that he wanted, got a great position out of the opening, won a pawn, and then David kind of did an unsound sacrifice in the middle of the board, and Ryan cruised to victory. This is looking like to be a lot more difficult. Chuck is really posing some questions right now, I believe.
Yeah, I actually don't like how Ryan went with this sort of Queen H4. Like, I don't. I mean, I know we didn't like the bishop on E3 for white. Oh, we thought it was, kind of awkwardly placed. But I mean, now, especially this F5, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know where his idea was with that, especially now with the position we see. Like, I don't know how black can press white at all. Um, I mean, maybe I'm just, but I don't know why. I don't know why the engine wants to take. I feel taking is a very sort of odd move. And also to sort of circle back to what Miles just said. I think F takes E4 sort of on move 13. This like probably I know the engine likes it, but from a practical perspective, right? Like that makes H3 G4 look really good because white has sort of I mean black to correct myself has a sort of like double pawn little island. And that just doesn't I don't know, that was sort of my idea when I saw it is that visually it's just not great. And also black can never really do anything on the king side and I don't really understand why his queen is on h4. Like if you think about it, from then. So I feel that is why Mark as well did like this d takes e4 because you have this sort of big blob of pawns on the king side. But overall, I don't know. This is I think for Ryan it might be the time to sweat a little because your position's not objectively is not that great. Wait, did did black
Yeah,
take
we
on
have e
F3?
takes f3 and then bishop takes f3 being played on the board. I think the main thing Ryan felt like he needed to commit to that capture is because he was just going to lose material if he didn't do that. So he wanted to go ahead and relieve that tension. But now this bishop has a great diagonal. The two bishops for Chuck here look great. I like the bishop on g5. It's being very annoying. Here, looks like Ryan is the engine wants to castle long, but you're castling long right into that long diagonal bishop. And I mean, I've already got ideas of maybe a queen a5 and a rook lift idea maybe if I'm Chuck here. We
Yeah,
see
also, wait, could you pin the Lichess link in the chat maybe? Someone is asking about it. We haven't posted it. Do we know why it's not published? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just sort of a, wait, did C6 played? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Special Agent Bill, for helping us out on that. I feel, yeah, if you're Ryan here, I don't know. I don't think this is what he wants at all because like if you look at the board, the pawn on e6 is bad. The pawn on g6 is bad. He can never really take on g4 because then it like look at this like pawn islands and c6 is I think c6 is fine, but I mean if you're white here, maybe you feel a lot better about your opening now than you did, when 94 first came on the board because I think the queen h4 probably is the inaccuracy that kind of led to this pretty decent looking position. I don't know if anyone in chat would ever say that white is not better. Just looking at it, like you have the bishop pair, the bishop on f5 is on f3 is really good. Bishop on g5 isn't really doing too much, but I mean neither is the bishop on d6. Your pawn structure is much better. Your king is much safer, and overall, black is just. I feel black is struggling. I'm a little surprised that Ryan decided to go with this little idea, but maybe he'll show me something. And just a really quick update on the General Zod game. Bishop f8, bishop e3, and bishop e7 did happen. So if you could tab over to that, yeah. We are fully expecting this sort of rook a1 sort of idea to come in. I think it's a pretty easy idea to look at. And then I feel
yep, just
Tom would
played.
castle then. So, oh, he did play it.
Rook
Yeah, yeah.
a1 is on the board, so there's really like I feel like there's only there's a few candidate moves actually that is interesting. The engine has the idea of potentially king to d7, so that does stop the idea of queen takes a8 because at the end of the line, if hypothetically we went with that line, this would be good for black because the king is now guarding the knight on c6. Um, so that would actually take out the idea of taking on a8. You also have that. You also can play bishop b7 to avoid that as well. But interesting that king d7 is kind of an idea here. Just a very unnatural move to play.
Yeah, I doubt he's gonna play. Like, especially considering he has 35 minutes left. I feel playing a move like King D7 requires a lot of, you have to think a lot about that because it looks odd. I mean, I think practically it could be a bit of a surprise for Josh, but he also has 82 minutes and 50 seconds to figure it out. So I feel, um, I mean, okay. Engine wants us to go back, like, if King D7 does go on the board. Apparently, Knight C3 is just +5. Um, of course, it's probably not that easy, but I feel you really don't want your king just in the open like that because you have Knight B5, you have Rook D1, and then it really gets suspect from there. But yeah, the title
I'm
Tuesdays.
kind of surprised by knight c3. I thought rook d1 check would force the king back to e8, and then you can play knight c3, and then you can't castle. And it was really hard to get the rook in play.
I mean, I think that after king to d7, that white has a lot of options. I think you could certainly play rook to d1. The engine is completely fine with that. Forces the king back, and then yeah, you can play a b4. I think you can maneuver the knight as well. I think that
Yeah.
white has just a lot of positions here,
Yeah.
or a lot of options, I should say.
No, I thought about the king d7 a while back, but it just didn't look practical to me.
It's not a move that you're ever happy to play. It's one of those moves that you play at a game, and you're making the concession that I'm probably worse now, um, but I'm going to try to hold. And it's never a move that you're happy
Yeah.
to play. But
Yeah, well, I can see where you'd say that about this position for sure, but there's a lot of positions, especially in the Sicilian or in Botvinnik's line, in the Rouser, where Black just leaves his king in the middle, behind the little center, and sometimes he'll maneuver king to d7. But of course, then you have your pawn on d6, and it's not so easy to get at.
yeah, with the
So
open d file, it just feels very difficult.
yeah, that d file is just awful. So
All
it
right.
is, and it's hard to get that rook out. You know, rook to g8 to g4. All white has to do is play h3, and the rook doesn't even get out.
Yeah. And
So
Thanks for the raid, Chess Guy, rating us with a party of 33 viewers. We are doing the Rosa Invitational coverage of General Zod's game. Obviously, I'm not General Zod, but Josh Alexander is. We have his game up right here. He is taking on Tom Bromlich, a national master. This is an over-the-board tournament in Oklahoma, an invitational of 6 of the best players in Oklahoma, and they're doing a round-robin event. And Josh, General Zod, won his first game and currently has a very nice-looking position in round number 2.
yeah, and something I'd like to add really quick about I looked into the King D7 idea of it. Um, and yeah, Knight C3, Knight B5, Knight A7 seems to be what white would be looking for. Time control is 90 plus 30, yes? I
Yeah,
think.
90 minutes plus 30-second increment per move. So, in theory, none of these players should lose on time, but you definitely can get low on time where it will force you to maybe make some decisions that you wouldn't normally want to make.
Yeah, I feel Tom is pretty closely getting to that point though, because like, I mean, Josh is now like an hour over. I feel this is something we saw maybe like in the candidates with Hikaru and Sindarov is like, Black has some. I mean, in this case, it would be in like candidates it was white, but there's just a little inaccuracy in the opening, and then I mean, you just spend so much time thinking, and your position is just it gets to a point where it's a little like the more you look into this, the worse it gets for Black, I feel.
Well,
Which is probably why the
to
engine hates it
me,
so much.
it's kind of amazing how quickly this turned, because if we go back to move 14, which is like 4 moves before the position we have in the game, go back here, it's complete zeros. And then the difference was, instead of instead of playing knight to b6, which the engine says is just equal, he went knight f6, and that appears that one small difference appears to be the entire difference in this game, according to the engine. Though it's very deceiving, kind of what the engine is pointing out numbers wise, because if a natural move like knight f6 causes this many problems, then he probably was never truly equal to begin with. But I feel like it's quite amazing how such a natural move like knight f6 has ended up causing this many problems for Tom.
Yeah. I think the reason now we can see, I mean, it's really easy to look back in hindsight, but I feel knight b6 was really good because you just stopped this queen a4 idea,
That's right.
So we
which,
had bishop b7 on the board by Tom,
yeah,
stopping the
this is,
idea of the queen a8. And then we mentioned the idea of queen to b5 is now on the board as well. So he's going to come in and win this pawn on c5. There's no way to stop that. And it's going to be very tough for Tom to deal with these b and c pawns that will be just connected pass pawns. That's long term going to be a very big problem for Tom.
yeah, I think this one is looking pretty wraps. Oh yeah, to answer Fresh Prince of, okay, to answer your question, his rating on League Chess right now is free day, so we don't play. Oklahoma doesn't have too many free day comps, so that's why everyone's free day is a bit lower, but his USCF is much higher, and we were discussing earlier about the potential of Zod getting a national master title, um, given a good tournament. So I just posted the ratings again if you guys want to see it.
Yep, and we have here all this is all on the board, not analysis. But we have castles by Tom, and Josh quickly is just like, I'm going to take that pawn. Very natural, and this is a very difficult position for Tom now. He is just down a pawn. We've got connected B and C pawns, which are just going to be pass pawns, unopposed, that he can just kind of roll up the board, and I don't see how Tom stops that plan. So this is for chat that's wondering. This is General Zod's game. He is Josh Alexander, and he is taking on Tom Bromwich in round number 2. He won round number 1, and looks very good. Very good chance to go up to 2 points here, which would be a great start to the tournament.
Yeah, and RDD plays. This is actually a USCF tournament. I'm actually not sure why we decided to use free day ratings for this round. But yeah, there is a notation rule, so they do have to keep notation.
This is League Chess that is giving this up. So I think League Chess automatically uses FIDE ratings for everything.
Oh my goodness. Why?
All right, here. So we have some action in a little bit of a surprise here for me in the Ambergate Unruh game. So after c6, Chuck makes a very interesting decision. He plays bishop takes f6, which I do not like, giving the bishop up for the knight. And I feel like it kind of helps Ryan's structure out a little bit as well. With the g pawn taking on f6, I feel like that supports e5 ideas maybe in the future for Ryan. And I'm starting to think that after that exchange, I'm starting to like Ryan's position a little bit more than I was before. And e4 is now on the board as well.
So what plans should White have pursued instead of bishop takes f6?
Yeah, so instead of bishop takes f6, I really like the idea of getting the queen out to a5 and then maybe like do a rook lift. And
So play queen a5 now.
yeah, I would have liked to have played queen a5 before exchanging the bishop for the knight. It prevents black from being able to castle, and then maybe we can do some ideas like a rook d3, a rook b3, and get some pressure on the queen side. That would have been the approach that my gut instinct would have gone with.
So let's say in this position Ryan castles short. Then what?
Oh, brother.
I would
You're not
question
going to
whether
play.
or not that was even legal, but apparently the king is safe there. um, and my
It must be
queenside
legal.
attack idea. It is a legal move. It's very
So then,
unnatural, but it is legal.
and so now the computer is saying bishop takes f6.
Yeah.
So is this like a lot different than the game?
Well, in
think
this
it,
line, we've committed white to castling, and if
Now
white is
that's a
going to
good
castle,
point.
if white is going to castle short, then the g takes f6 might be a little bit more weak because having the pawn on g7 might be better for the king.
Yeah. So you're saying if white has this bishop takes f6 in mind, um, maybe white can do some things that keep black from castling queenside. So that's one of the things you said before. Yeah, I wonder.
But this is the live position here. We had e4 played, which has led to a couple of exchanges. F takes, and then bishop takes. And now it feels like that Ryan kind of had an awkward pawn structure, and he no longer really has that. He has the opportunity to castle long, and he has time to play king b8. And I feel like Ryan will have a very solid
Now he can
position.
castle long.
Yeah. And right now it's difficult for either side to claim much of an advantage. I feel like it's very balanced. You have opposite colored bishops, which would favor if either player was able to generate an attack, they would be favored. But it's also kind of difficult to come up with attacking ideas for either player at the moment because I think both Chuck and Ryan's positions are relatively solid.
Yeah, I think if I were black, I would want to play, after tucking my king away on the queen side, I'd want to play f5 and then c5 and try to get the e and the f pawn to be passers for the end game.
Yeah, that'd be good. Definitely some potential long-term ideas for Ryan, and looks like he is not leaving his king in the center and just opening it up immediately. I figured he might be slightly more patient, but f5 is on the board. I guess there's no reason to rush into castling because there's.
You can do it next move anyway.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, you can do it next move anyway. To answer a question in chat, talking about the rulebook of notations. So yeah, in 90 plus 30-second increment, with the 30-second increment, you do have to keep notation, even if you are under 5 minutes, with the 30-second increment. But if you're doing like a delay 5, then in those cases under the UFCF, you do not have to notate. But with the 30-second increment, both players are expected to notate the entire game.
yes.
Back in the 2000s, I was playing in a tournament here in Oklahoma that was a FIDE tournament, and the TD had invited Grandmaster Peter Blatney to come play in the tournament. And so I was playing him, and he sacrificed a pawn in the opening, very long game. But I got down to 5 minutes left in the game, and I stopped recording my moves because USCF rules said if it gets under 5 minutes, you don't have to record your moves. Well, that's not FIDE, even if you have 5 minutes, under 5 minutes. And so Grandmaster Blatney says, you have to record your moves. Because that's the way FIDE looks at it. You should always record your moves. And I think that was the whole idea behind giving 30 seconds so you could justify that.
Yeah, if you're playing a game on 5-second delay or playing a game with no increment, which it was interesting if you were watching the candidates coverage in the open section. The first time control was played without increment. I think they had 2 hours for 40 moves, and then after that they got additional time and got some increment as well. But I felt like it was very interesting for the candidates that the first time control had no increment. So you had some situations where some players got down to seconds on their clock and had to make a move uh, relatively quickly to avoid losing on time. But yeah, we see here uh, in this position after f5, um, we see Chuck retreat his bishop, leaving the tension, and Ryan castling long. So a different move order than what we were thinking, but accomplishes pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know that the presence of bishops of opposite color makes this a likely draw at all. It's just not a. I mean, it may be balanced chances, but there's different play on both sides. So I think there's some play left in the game.
Yeah, I mean they say that in opposite colored bishop games, the side that is attacking is up a piece. Um, so
That makes
if you want to if you for both sides, they want to figure out a way to be the aggressor and put pressure on their opponent. And I feel like that's very natural for Ryan, kind of as the favorite, to be just looking to do. And I think that the trap for Chuck is to hopefully not get in that defensive mindset. The good news is, at least from the games I've played with Chuck, it doesn't feel like being passive and defensive is in his nature. So I think that being aggressive and looking for chances is part of what he's naturally going to want to do anyways. So I think that's the good news for him. Like I'm wanting to play like Queen C3 and then sack my bishop on C6. Actually, Queen G2 is threatening that same general idea. I don't think that sack is sound yet,
no.
but maybe in the future there could be ideas. Actually, I like what Chuck played more because now you can play Rook D3 and then maybe Rook C3 or Rook B or Rook B3 and maybe prepare some of those ideas.
Totally agree. Do we want to maybe switch over to a
Which game you want?
different?
See what's happening with General Zod.
Okay, we can go
Nothing
over to
has.
that game. Let's see here. So we last were here where General Zod won a pawn, and Tom has moved his rook to the open file, a very natural move, and General Zod's getting his knight into the game, which makes a lot of sense. Probably thinking about
Well, at least
potentially knight e4 or knight to b5. Both are good squares for the knight.
I was going to quip that at least the pawn on f6 gives the black knight a nice e5 outpost. But that was really a joke.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry about
it's good.
Sorry about my sense of humor in positions like this.
It is a knight post. It does threaten a pawn, but you can also trade queens and then play b3. And I feel like Josh has a very comfortable position here.
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
maybe if you're Tom, you're thinking of getting your rook down to d2, trying to get that activated into the game. The awkward thing for Tom is this queen, bishop, and knight are they're kind of all in each other's way, and
Yeah.
I feel like it's just hard for him to move those pieces, and that can be very problematic long term.
And something to note, not Rook D2 just loses on the spot to knight E4, so you don't want to do that. I doubt Tom is just gonna play it, but
Yeah, the knight forward.
yeah, D6 is really bad.
Yeah.
It's not completely clear to me, but I guess like attacking wise, the queen gets
Yeah.
in here. Okay.
H7 is gone.
And to look Luca man, General Zod did win yesterday. He won a pretty smooth game with the white pieces against
Arya.
Arya.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it looks like General Zod here is well positioned to get his second win. go ahead and take a look at this David versus Arya game. I feel like now I mentioned this earlier that the last game we had this Rook A6 idea, and after Queen B3, instead of moving the knight back to D7, Arya plays Rook A6. So this is almost deja vu from the last game that Arya played.
Yeah.
He had the knight on B6, he had the rook on A6, going for this same type of structure. And General Zod was also able to kind of tear this apart last night. So psychologically, I would be wanting to avoid doing this, but obviously, I think Arya is kind of more confident in what he's doing. And overall, it's difficult for, I think, White to prove anything in this position. The engine prefers White, but it's also hard to kind of explain why.
Well, one difference between this game and last round is that pawn is on c4. It previously was on c3, which doesn't. On c3, the pawn shores up both the d4 pawn and prevents bishop to b4, and the queen's diagonal at leading to e6 is not blocked. So actually, the pawn on c4 here, it's positional. It's keeping pieces out of d5, but I'm not sure it's a huge. I'm not sure he wouldn't rather have the pawn on c3.
Feel that
Yeah,
I
the one
feel
thing
that's so
about
heavy.
pawns is you can't move them backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the pawn on c4 does actually do a pretty tremendous job at disallowing c5 for black though in this position because any push of that just leads in d5, and I feel then black is really having some problems when it comes to space in the middle.
So hypothetically, if we were just like ways to move here,
Well, he played 95 by the way. Just
okay, so 95 is on the board.
Yeah.
So again, it's been crazy. I think for basically ever since he played knight b6, I feel like the number one engine move has been knight d7, which is kind of a funny note that the engine has been screaming for that knight to go back to d7 the entire game, which is it's always hard to do from a psychological standpoint to move your knight from d7 to b6 and then move it from b6 back to d7 unless you have a really good reason to do so.
Yeah, and I feel this 97 by black is. Oh, I'm looking through some of the lines right now, but I feel it's in efforts of getting the c5 break for black, and then bishop d6. My bad, but um, yeah, let's say like rook d2, and just I think c5 was what we wanted to go for here after.
I feel like a rook
After
c1 would be very natural for.
Yeah, but then can't White play c5?
c5 after what?
Yeah,
If you put the
after
rook
knight.
back on
Yeah, after knight
after knight d7.
d7, we can play c5.
Yeah,
But that does allow this knight to jump in here.
that's true.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one because then b4 is also. What is knight h5? Yeah, b4 is also super soft, and I feel I mean the knight for white can go from c4 to d6. So yeah, there was a rook on b6 yesterday, and oh sorry, I was responding to chat, but I don't understand Arya's seemingly like obsession with getting this rook a6 idea. I don't know. It doesn't seem too crazy. Oh, not on TikTok because
This isn't really General Zod. I'm not General Zod. General Zod is playing, but in this game right here, but I'm not him.
oh
So
my goodness.
I would
That's
have to
just-
have his TikTok and then stream from there. And we did not do that.
Yeah, and speaking of General Zod, I mean, queens come off the board, c5 is played, and I feel
Yeah, so
this one is
we saw
rumbling
knight
towards a
e5, which is what Mark said, the nice knight post with the pawn on f6.
Jokingly.
And we see queens come off the board, c5 being played, and General Zod has a very simple plan. He says, I've got past b and c pawns, and you need to do something about that. And I think that's going to be very difficult for Tom to solve. Zod is 2158 USCF, and Tom is 2200 USCF. So it is. I mean, Josh has a 1 hour time advantage now, which is quite crazy when you think about it. I actually think Tom has plenty of time to finish the game, but unfortunately, his position is less than desirable.
Yeah, Zod. Oh, to answer chat, I do feel Zod is a bit underrated when it comes to USCF. Like I always see him. I mean, I don't go to in-person comps too much, as of recent, but every time I see him, he does do quite well. And yeah, his position right now, to answer M4 actuals question, it's very very good, because your bishop on G2 is like godly. Like there's nothing black can really do to stop that. And then you have B4, as Miles mentioned. You have your B pawns, C pawns, they just roll down the board, and it's just barbecue chicken, as they say. So yeah, this game is looking pretty promising. I don't really see a way White does not finish it off, especially considering timing, and King G7's a little odd. Okay.
King G7 is on the board. I think he was worried about maybe having the rook coming to A8 and then some pins in the future. But the rook can come to A8, and this bishop is very awkward. It can't really move. The rook can't really move. So rook A8 is an idea here for Josh. Also just playing B4, which is just so natural to me. You want to move those pawns up the board, and there's no time like the present, right? The engine disagrees with me, but the engine also says +3, so it doesn't disagree with me that much. There's even kind of ideas of maybe like a knight b5, knight d6, knight post as well. If Josh wanted to go that route, but he's got plenty of options, and he blitzes out rook a8, just playing the #1 engine move without thinking. It feels like he did that a lot against Arya, just being, having a great feel for the position. And this is a very unpleasant position for Tom.
Something to mention, the fact that the engine just wants to give up the bishop just kind of shows how hopeless this one is for black.
Yeah. The engine wants to play rook d2, which is not a human move. you don't give up the bishop. I resign before I play rook d2. We're not playing rook d2 ever.
Yeah, I mean, with 17 minutes left too, though, I do feel resignation is pretty plausible. And to answer
I'm
especially,
wondering if Tom is going to play rook f8 and then move the bishop and try to break that pin, and then get it, hopefully, his king over to help blockade on the queen side.
Rook f8.
Rook f8, c6.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of something to do. And
no, I agree that it's logical to try rook f8, but after c6, you can't move. It's just so brutal.
You can't move the bishop right away. You'd have to move the knight.
So,
and then you could push the e pawn and then try to get your king back, but it's very difficult.
Maybe we want to tab back to the other two games both look pretty interesting. I mean, General Zod's game is just C6 is just over, I feel. So Arya does go back to D7 with his knight. I know we were kind of trolling him about the fact he hasn't been doing it, but does go back. But this game's also good.
All right, yeah, this game, not too much has happened. We saw a Queen G2 was, I think, the last move we saw. I thought that was an interesting idea. King B8, very natural move after you castle long. And then H4. H4 is interesting. Not what I would have expected. I wouldn't have expected to play on this side of the board. I mean, I was trying to
Yeah,
do
but it's
Rook
logical.
D3, and then
It's logical. He's pushing a potential pass pawn, which would tie black up, and also if he gets that pawn to h5, then there's not going to be a pawn duo in the future. So then it's just one white pawn versus one black pawn on that king side. So it's a pretty logical move.
yeah, um, going for trying to maybe potentially take away some chances for Ryan, maybe.
Right.
Um, which I mean, hey, as kind of the underdog, you want to frustrate your opponent. That is one mentality to have. That's the fun part about being a couple hundred points, you know, lower rated than your opponent is if you play moves that kind of lead to drawish type of positions, it's kind of up to your opponent to make the game exciting. And sometimes you can
Yeah.
overextend and lose.
Yep.
If you've seen literally any game I've played over the past year, uh, that is my formula.
Mm.
I'm impressed that Chuck seems to have gotten out of trouble. I mean, in that opening, he looked like he was in trouble, and now he doesn't really.
And to respond to the youngest son, yes, this is we actually have one of the commentators with us is would actually be in this competition, but he had an event that was in time conflict, and that one was more important, of course. So
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the Arya versus David game. As mentioned before, we see knight e5. The knight has made its way to back to d7. It's been wanting to go back to that square for a while now. And we have queen to f3 on the board. So one idea that you've been pushing for is the c5, which is what the engine is screaming for now. C5, can we play d5? The engine does want that. And maybe bishop d6, and we have an interesting type of combative potential game from there.
mm. Yeah, I feel maybe this is we've been kind of, I mean, I personally have not been the biggest fan of this rook a6, but maybe that was why he played rook a6 to allow for this bishop d6 idea. Because if the rook was still on a8, then the bishop would be hanging if it did go to d6. So that's a nice little detail that.
Yeah, you can play this, and you don't have to worry about this tactic anymore because this regards this bishop. And also, we're hanging a piece if we do that, so we should probably not do that. But c5 seems to be the idea in this position for Arya, and we've been trying to get that to work for a while.
Yeah, and to sort of piggyback onto what Special Agent Bill said. Yeah, Azad has not been playing the most amount of classical sort of games. He does a lot of blitz and online as well, but sort of from 2016 to 2023, 2024-ish, um, like the youngest son said, he was not too occupied with going to events regularly, so that led to rating plateau. But that's just because he hasn't been playing. I was answering a question about his rating being like stagnant, and that's just because he hasn't been playing. But
It's
yeah.
also very hard to make that jump from 2100 to 2200. Like that jump in particular seems to be one of the harder jumps to make in chess from what I've observed, because there's been so many players I've seen kind of plateau in that 2100 range. It's just hard to make it to national master from there.
Yep. I don't know if Arya. I'd assume he does want to go for this C5 idea, considering how he's playing it. I actually don't understand what the point of Queen F3 is.
Well, I think Queen F3 supports D5 after C5. So he might have saw C5 coming, and instead of stopping it, he was just going to support D5.
Yeah, and I'd also assume he doesn't want Rook B6 to come with tempo.
And after Bishop D6, it's nice to have this queen guarding here, so that you don't have to worry about moves like Bishop takes Bishop here.
Yep.
But this
So
looks like
go back a move. Go back a move there. Instead of knight takes d7. No, so you're saying if you play c5, d5, bishop d7. Tell me why knight takes f6 is bad. I mean, I just haven't calculated it out, but there is this option. I mean, that when something takes back, knight right here, knight takes f7.
Okay.
So if you take with no, that's d7, f7. There you are.
Yeah.
So now you've got d takes e6 coming.
So after Bishop takes Bishop, you're thinking D takes E6?
Yeah. So you just have rook takes e6 here, and then the knight's unhappy.
Yeah, we've taken a bishop, and if you take back, we take the knight, and then there's not a clear follow up.
Yeah.
But I think the idea of knight f7 would work if we didn't have the intermezzo of bishop takes bishop. Like for instance, if we just take it, then yeah, this is very good for white. Because I mean now you can't take because this is check, and yeah, this would be winning for white. But I think just having bishop takes bishop in this position kind of makes knight f7 just not work tactically. But it is a fun idea though, because it does undermine this e6 pawn.
Just doesn't, not quite enough pieces. It'd be nice to have a white square bishop to make that work. Oh well.
Yeah, we would have to go back in time quite a bit to get one of those.
So go back to knight on e4. I mean e5, and put the pawn back on f7. Yeah. So here, there. That pawn on e6 just looks unhappy.
I mean, it feels like you should be able to take and then almost have something tactically unravel, but we're threatening knight takes knight here, which is pretty unpleasant if you're white. That's why I was exchanging the knight off. It feels like this knight on e5 needs to commit somewhere. Is there ever ideas of like knight g4? Are we getting anywhere here? I'm trying to do weird things on h6, but you can just play king h8
Yeah.
though.
I think white ought to just maybe play d takes e6. Oh, you do have I don't know. Knight takes e5. You just don't quite have anything there.
Yeah, in this position you can't get away with it because this just doesn't hold.
knight takes, and you just can't quite get anything going on that back rank. Okay. All right, so you can't take on e6 yet, so we've eliminated that. So you have to do something. If you put the knight, go back a move. Yeah, then don't do that.
We have.
I guess you could play queen
Okay,
e3.
never mind. I thought we had a new move, but we didn't.
So that kind of leads to William's question. Why did he put the queen on f3 instead of e3?
Well, in this case, obviously, I don't think you can just go because G4 is a 4.
Ah, so queen e3 runs into this.
Yeah, not G4. And you just lose
Oh,
your
yeah,
ace.
that's not going to work, right? Because that would be a tempo behind what you were doing.
Yeah.
So if you go back, instead of queen e3, you could play queen e2.
Queen e2.
Just a quick update. General Zod against Tom has ended in resignation, so he does move up to 2 out of 2 and is leading our tournament.
So we saw knight c4. We last saw c6 come in, and it's just really hard for Tom to move in this position. Actually, we saw rook f8 played, which is what Mark was mentioning before, but then the
And
c6 just
something to
took
try
away
to break the
everything.
back rank.
Knight c4, b3, knight d6, b4, and Tom resigns here because these pawns are inevitable, and there's
Can't
not
be
really any
stopped.
way to stop them. Yep.
There's not enough time to stop it. Yeah.
So,
I wonder if Tom didn't have a late game yesterday, and he's was a little tired this morning, and maybe he moved a little too quick, knight f6 rather than knight b6, and having a late game, and then the next round, if you're not that well rested, that might make a difference.
maybe,
You
I mean,
notice details.
I feel like from Tom's perspective, though, this tournament is literally at his apartment complex. So he didn't have a long commute home. Um, so I feel like that he should have been pretty well rested for the first game of the day. I would think that might be a bigger problem if you had like the second game on the same day. I mean, it really feels like kind of an innocent way here. Innocent way this game just went. Like this game is all zeros here. It wants to play knight to b6, and the difference between knight b6 and knight f6
the queen a4 move is so natural, because you're looking at a pinned knight, you're looking at a bishop on g2, so it's really natural that queen a4 would happen. So it made me feel like he moved just a little hastily.
I feel like this type of situation is kind of like Tom may have gotten lulled into sleep. He didn't really sense any danger in the position. He's just like, okay, I'll retreat back to f6. He was probably thinking queens were gonna come off the board, and then knights were gonna trade, and then he was gonna get kind of an even-ish drawish position. And he probably definitely missed queen a4. And after queen a4, his position immediately became very, very difficult to play. And after knight takes f6, taking back with the pawn is...
It just doesn't help.
It's a very bad concession to make. He spent a lot of time in this position. If we go back here, so he's got like an hour and 6 minutes right here. After he spent almost no time on knight f6, then after takes, he spent 17 minutes on this g takes f6, and it's a position where you only have two candidate moves. You're only ever taking bishop takes knight or pawn takes knight. So I feel like that when he played knight f6, he didn't really think things completely through, and then And then when knight takes f6 came on the board, he realized probably some
Oops.
problems with c5 long term, and queen
Yeah.
a4, and did not like his position, and that's why he did g
Right.
takes f6 to try to hold it, but that ended up not working
Yeah,
out for him.
that's what made me think, well, maybe he was just sort of half asleep, not concentrating well on that knight f6 move.
Yeah, something I
Yeah,
was curious about looking at is actually what the difference between bishop takes and g takes, right? Because of course you can't always just go by the engine top line, but I think it's a little strange how so I went pretty deep actually, but bishop takes, you have your queen a4,
Mm-hmm.
queen c8, bishop e3
Fast.
cast. And I think the only difference actually is the fact that the dark squared bishops goes off the board, I feel. Like in the game that we saw, black took on c5, right? Which led to just the pass pawns being just completely sort of undefendable. And I actually think it's pretty interesting the fact that the only reason between +1 and +5, right, is because you have those pieces off the board. So that was
You
interesting
know
to
what
see.
Bronstein used to say? If your opponent makes a bad move, don't do anything special. It's just he's preparing to make a worse one.
Mm.
Okay, that's another
yeah.
joke. Old chess humor.
No, that's a good one. I like that. That's a good one. Um, but yeah, great game from Josh. I think if he'll probably pop into the chat at some point, and we'll go over the entire game with him. If it's like yesterday, he did pop into the chat, but he gets a quick win here, and getting a quick win on the first game of a day where you've got two games. So they play again at 2:30, and he'll be playing Ryan Ambergy at 2:30,
Oh,
which
that'll be
is
fun.
a big clash for him. We'll go ahead and take a look at Ryan's game. Where did we last leave off here? So we've had some exchanges. I think we last left off on this h4, kind of to try to get some clarity over here. And we see bishop c7, which it looks like Ryan is trying to reroute this bishop maybe to b6 and pose some pressure onto d4 maybe. h5, and this has led to some exchanges. And Ryan wanted to end the exchanges there, but we have no pawns on the king side anymore. Everything's on the queen side.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, how does Ryan win this?
It's very difficult. I mean, we've got even material, opposite colored bishops, 4v4 on the side. I feel like this is a very difficult position to find winning ideas, and I actually prefer white here if I had to pick a side, because we've got queen to e4, and I've got rook to h7 ideas here, and
Wow.
this feels very pleasant for white. Um,
So
when I say very
if
pleasant, I
black
mean
does
that's
play
things
rook
it's
g3,
evenish.
where are you going to put your bishop?
Rook g3. I mean, I
Yeah,
want
what
to
are you
play
going to do with
bishop
that?
to g4, but I'm not sure if the
Oh,
engine says it's okay.
I was one, yeah.
And
Something wrong with it?
no, the engine says
Wow.
e5 is equals. Um,
Wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a, yeah.
what
E
happens if I
takes, rook
take?
takes, bishop
Oh,
takes,
if I
rook
take, I just
down.
lose.
Yeah, now rook takes, and then you pin the
Oh,
bishop, and the bishop's
we're
pinning the
hanging
rook.
this. Queen takes,
Yeah.
and you can't take it
Oh,
because of back
you
row.
gotta, you have a back rank. You can just take it right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to pin. Yeah.
So Chuck needs to be slightly careful in this type of position if he goes bishop to g4 here, because you can't take the pawn. But
So the
apparently,
engine says just put
yeah,
it on e2.
yeah, the engine wanted me to play bishop e2 last move, but I wanted to play bishop g4. So bishop e2 first would probably be more accurate. Is there a reason why we can't just take the free pawn and claim that we have something here? I guess this. Give yourself some back row protection. I mean, in this position, I know the engine says all zeros, but if Ryan could get into this, he's got a 4 versus 3 advantage. It is opposite colored bishops, but because we have, you know, 2 rooks and a queen on the board, I feel like there is enough material for him to ask some questions to Chuck that might be difficult to answer.
So go back to the position that's on the board.
The position that is on the board, we had Queen E4 played, as I thought, and then Rook G3 played. So they were going along with the lines that we had.
And so the computer says Bishop E2 and then E5.
Bishop E2. I think the engine wants Queen F2, but yeah, what happens on E5? That's a good question.
Oh.
I think now we saved a tempo because we didn't play Bishop G4. Bishop G4 was a waste of a tempo.
Yeah, Rook to F5 and then the E pawn is takeable.
Yeah, I think the difference is your queen doesn't eyeball the rook on h5 anymore. So that makes your bishop on e2 a little bit uncomfortable. I know we mentioned earlier the chance of a queen sack on h5 because of white's
The queen
back
holds
rank.
here tactically.
But yeah, I feel that's the only difference. Honestly, this game went a little. I mean, at least for Ryan, considering he is a 400 rating point favorite, and I mean Josh has been on such a run. It's a little bit, maybe a little bit. He's definitely not happy with how this has gone, which is pretty obvious. But wait,
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult position for Ryan to essentially put his rating points on the board. There's like a saying that rating points on the wall chart are meaningless. You have to find a way to put them on the board. And at the moment, we don't see 400 rating points on the board. It's just equal. So Ryan has to figure out a way to put those rating points on the board here.
I mean, I think physically it's very difficult now. Like material is practically gone. I know Bishop D3 maybe is a little bit of an odd move when it comes to sort of practical play, but I feel in the near future E6 is going to be gone, D4 is going to be gone, and then really there is just nothing you can do here as black to actually create meaningful chances. And I think Chuck has actually played this game quite well. I feel
He
his
defended this really well.
yeah, but apart from that, he has found a way to equalize against someone who has done quite well.
The next round in Lewis is at 2:30, so that will be approximately 2.5 hours from now.
Yep.
So yeah, Josh has
we mentioned
a very nice break before then.
yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at what Arya and David are going for. I think this is going to be the game that lasts the longest this time because it feels like there's so much tension already in the position. We saw Queen F3. We were expecting C5 to be played, but Arya plays Bishop to D6, and I mean, immediately I just want to take here and then claim tactics, right? But apparently that doesn't work because Queen D7 does guard the bishop. Steal an idea from I guess maybe this knight f7 wouldn't work because the bishop takes bishop either. It feels like that bishop to d6 feels like a move that we should be able to exploit, but I don't see how. Yeah, Josh does equal Zod. That is correct.
I know also just something really brief I'd like to mention. I know we mentioned the fact that Zod has so much time going into the next round. Uh, it is typically advantage, but he is playing Ryan, and Ryan, to be honest, I don't think he uses a lot of brain power in the game he's playing right now against Chuck. Like it seemed very mellow. I don't know. This looks like a game that really after the beginning, after he missed the C5 idea to just open up the queen side. Well, not open it up, but to kind of liberate it. This queen h4, the queen h4 idea I thought was just a little bit awkward. But I don't think he will be too pressed. So I think time wise he should be fine as well. But
Ryan
h3
So,
is
is young
so what do
too,
you
so
guys think about
stamina isn't a
C5
problem.
here?
Yeah, we were
um
expecting
Oh,
C5, uh, a move
no, no,
ago.
no. I mean for White, but I see he's played H3.
Yeah, H3 is on
I
the
was
c5
trying to
board.
stop that.
So C5. I think that maybe like bishop takes E5 and then maybe plant a knight on D5 would have been difficult. I don't know the best way to
Yeah, but then
capture
your
that.
knight on G3 gets to D6.
I think something about wait, you meant c5 for white or c5 for black?
Yeah. Now knight
He
E4
was talking about C5
right here. Yeah.
instead of what was played on the board.
Yeah. So
h3.
Josh played H3. I
Yeah.
just wondered if this wouldn't be a reasonable attempt for White with knight E4 here.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
it's a
knight coming to D6 is
tiny,
interesting.
it's a little bit of an advantage.
I do think that you might need to prepare knight D6 because this pawn on C5 could be a problem. Maybe do like a
Yeah.
rook C1 idea.
Yeah. You don't have to hop there right away.
The nice thing about having
But
this
I mean,
pawn on C5 is we've made this whole idea with rook A6 kind of look kind of stupid.
that's right. He's going to lose time getting that rook into play.
But H3 was played. I feel
Yeah.
like that C5 is still an idea. Can he get away with that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
still an idea for black if they want to go for it. And
What?
I think this poses into a lot of the lines we were looking at earlier, with the bishop coming to D6 as well.
I think Ari just hung a piece. What is queen
Wait,
b8?
Queen
He
B8
played
is
queen
on the
on
board.
the board, which I think loses on this.
So the
Or
engine is
maybe
screaming knight H5. Oh, knight H5, and this knight is overloaded.
my goodness. Wait,
So
we should like
you
look.
can't take because of this, and we're on the
You
queen.
should look at the line of c5. Like white goes bishop h6. You should look at the top engine line. It's pretty cool.
Oh,
What?
okay. So here, so if he plays C5, we take, take, and this is a problem. Take.
Okay, maybe not
Check
completely lost this
here.
one, but
Yeah, I don't understand. Well, the engine evaluation is basically saying that we have all of these pawns on this side of the board, and that's our advantage. So it's not losing a piece, but you don't want to have David have a 3-pawn advantage on the queen side either. That feels like
well, yeah, and
very
also
queen decisive.
yeah, I feel if it gets to this position, like black, you're really struggling because like your bishop is basically kind of doing nothing, and like your rook on h6 still looks really bad. And like knight can come back in the game really easily. Like you can come to d3 if you want. You can come back to e4 to d6. I don't know. I'm surprised why he plays the
Well, we
queen
can
side.
all agree that this position is terrible for black. But go back to the position on the board and let's look at alternatives.
Knight h5 is not an easy move to spot. I want to go ahead and point that out. It's the number
No, it
one engine
isn't.
move,
It's
and the
very
engine
interesting.
is saying that it's plus 2.8. But
Wow.
like, let's say that David doesn't find knight h5. He's got other ideas like potentially knight e5 that feel, or knight e4, which feel pretty natural. Like this to me feels more natural than knight h5, but according to the engine, is worse.
Yeah, I think the whole point of knight h5 is if you find the bishop h6 thing. Talking ape one. Zod's game is over. He won like 10 minutes ago, but he
Yeah,
beat a 2200 in
I
like
think
effectively in like 15 moves, but
Zod
but
is here in the chat. Congratulations on your win. That's not me typing. It is the real Zod, not the fake one. But yeah, congratulations. Another win, back-to-back wins to start off this event. 2-0 start, that's all you can ask for. Taking advantage of the white pieces in both games. Another really, really good game from General Zod. And I'll go ahead and we'll run through this game very quick for those of you in the chat, and then we can get the General's thoughts on this game. We have a Sicilian, close Sicilian. Chat was hyping you up, talking about how you play these very, very well. And I'll be honest, at the beginning, I didn't really think you had much of anything, but you clearly had a good feel for the position. This felt very even, and it just felt kind of out of nowhere that this position fell apart for Tom. I mean, I felt that this was just cruising to maybe a draw, and then this felt like the critical position here. Apparently, Tom really needed to find knight to b6 in this position, and knight f6 was kind of where this game slipped. It was so quiet and so calm that it kind of lulled me to sleep, and I think it lulled Tom to sleep as well. And knight f6 was kind of where the wheels fall off here for Tom. So after knight f6, the reason why this is bad is I think that Tom realized it after you took on knight f6, because he spent a lot of time in this position with only two candidate moves where the bishop can take and the pawn can take. And he ended up taking with the pawn. Either one is losing, but I mean, the idea of queen a4 and just how none of Tom's pieces could really move, and it was kind of inevitable that you were going to win the c5 pawn, and there wasn't really a good way to stop that, which was hard to see on the move that he played knight f6. Yeah, he missed queen a4 after knight f6. That was the conclusion that we came to as well. Queen a4 is just really, really strong, and it felt like at this point that what you did slowly, a lot like the Arya game, just slowly but surely improved your position, was a lot better. We like the idea of, like, hypothetically, if he castled, we had this exchange of material, which would have had two bishops for the rook. I thought that line could have been very interesting. Obviously, Tom played bishop b7 to prevent that. He had a really big time advantage. That is true. White had a lot easier moves to find than black. This c-pawn was falling. I actually think that this line was even better for you than if you had gone up two pieces for the rook, because the two passed pawns were just always going to be long-term very, very difficult to deal with. And it's just hard to come up with a plan. Rook d8, a very natural move for black. And then knight e5, I feel like was kind of... It was very awkward with this knight, this bishop, and this queen. Didn't really have moves for any of those pieces, so he's trying to untangle himself a little bit. But in doing so, we've got this c-pawn and this b-pawn that are just going to be way too problematic. And the rook comes down to a8. I thought that rook a8 was a very good move, because it's so tempting to just get those pawns up the board. But hey, yeah, you're being patient. You're like, hey, you're not going to be able to move any of your pieces. So he can't move his bishop. He can't move his rook right now. So he tries to free up his bishop by moving his rook to f8. And then you said no. I mean, c6 was just an absolute brutal move, because he can't move his bishop, and this rook is now doing nothing. His pieces are just completely out of play. Knight c4, and yeah, this pawn is inevitable. Another really good game from General Zod, going up to 2 points. A great start to a very tough event as well.
He was wondering if we could look at Queen D7 after knight C3. Wait, knight C3.
Let's
Oh,
see. After you
Queen
played
D7.
Knight C3, let's see here.
oh, it's on move 23.
Okay, I'll move 23. Um, let's see. After you play Knight C3, can I look at Queen D7? So on Queen D7, you thought you had a potential queen sacrifice. I mean, I'm thinking about um, just moving this pawn up the board personally, but it looks like Queen B6 is the #1 engine line. Yeah, Rook D1. Yeah, it does appear that Rook D1 is bad because of the queen sacrifice. And then the knight comes in here. And this is very very awkward for white. In fact, black has the advantage.
The mate on the board.
Yeah, we're running into some issues here. So this is definitely a good line to avoid. Rook D1 would have definitely been bad.
Oh, well, there is knight E2 mate that you want to stop.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that is good instincts to not go for this line, but also it would, yeah, maybe Queen D7 would have been a better try for Tom. But I'm thinking, could you have gone for like a B4 type of idea? The engine doesn't like that, but I'm wanting to get these pawns rolling. Yeah, Ryan always has chances. That is true. Ryan, let's see here. Yeah, we went through that game. Ryan is up 40 minutes on the clock, or 45 minutes on the clock here. So that's pretty substantial. He's about to win a pawn. Well, actually, he's not, because this pawn hangs. It's interesting. It wants me to take here. What happens if I do this? Do I just lose instantly? No, I don't. You got to rest up for Ryan in round 3. Yeah, that is going to be a big game for you as well. Potentially a match of the only 2 undefeated players, depending on what happens here, of course. But that will be a big game for you in this tournament, and good luck in round 3 for sure. But Ryan has... This is going to be a difficult position to win. But... yeah. Match of the tournament? Yeah, I would say it's setting up that way for Zod versus Ryan, because since Josh has 2 points already, and then Ryan will most likely either have 1.5 or 2 after this game, depending on what happens here. That will definitely be a pivotal round for the event, with everyone else having at least 1 loss already. But yeah, this one's going to look very difficult for Ryan to find a way to win.
Miles, is there any way you could pin the Lead Chess link to the stream chat?
Let's see.
If you could, that would be great. I also don't know.
All right, I pinned it.
Oh, yay.
And then you disappeared, because whenever I switch screens, you disappear. There we go. If I was very good with the technology, then I could probably set that up to where that would not happen. But we are working with what we have here. We're just trying to be functional. But in general, getting the 2 wins with the white pieces in the back-to-back games, beating a national master in Tom Brownlich, who's a very difficult player to play, is a great start to this event for him. And also Arya, a young up-and-coming player who is very annoying to play against. He had an hour and 17 minutes on his clock, is what Paradox says. Yeah, Josh did not spend a lot of time in this game. So hopefully that means he'll have even more energy for round 3, which feels like it will be a pivotal round in this event.
Oh, he does not. David does not go for the knight h5 that we were looking at.
Yeah, so we saw here queen b8. We saw that knight h5 was going to be a big advantage for David if he went for it. But he went knight e4. Knight e4 was my instinctual move. Still a nice edge for white according to the engine. I don't quite understand why that's +3 and this is only +2. Feels like a lot of the tactics are going to kind of merge with each other, but there's obviously some nuance I'm not understanding.
Yeah, I think we looked at a line earlier, which I feel is the difference, is like knight h5, you target the pawn on g7, and there was some line earlier where the bishop for white goes to h6. So I feel that is the only difference, and it was pretty deep, so I figure he might have just missed it.
Yeah, if your 2 candidate moves are moving a knight to h5 and moving a knight to e4, and you feel like they accomplish about the same thing, it's a lot more instinctual to move that knight to e4. Because the knight on h5 long term is not amazing square, and generally in theory, but in this particular position, it happened to be good.
Yes.
But this is another difficult position for Arya. Material is even, but the engine does not think it's even. It's still a somewhat difficult position, I think, for David to prove. I mean, we see +2 on the eval bar, but how do you actually prove that your position is that good? That is unclear to me.
Something I think is kind of interesting too is like Arya essentially he plays the same he played the same opening. Like they had a very similar line with the knight c3. And I know David does play that, so it's not like, oh, he changed his opening just because of Arya, but I think it's interesting how his sort of opening has kind of been the same. So I mean, his positions out of the opening have not been super great. I mean, if you're a Karakon player in the chat, you'll know this isn't sort of like you don't really want this, because like your rook is awkward, your queen is a little awkward, but I feel maybe he has some, and like Miles mentioned, there isn't really a concrete way to just win for white. It's more of positional edge. We mentioned this earlier with General Zod's game actually. Is like we saw sort of after knight f6, sort of knight takes f6, and that sort of exchange. Like it's not like he's just winning on a piece on the spot, but I feel that positional pressure. We did see. I mean, in his game, it's a lot more concrete because he does have two passed pawns. And in this game, a lot of pieces are still on the board, so maybe we'll be able to see like with more inaccuracies potentially from Arya that sort of factor leaking through. And both players are down to 20 minutes, so this could be an interesting result.
Yeah, there's a lot
if
of
something
pieces on the board, and it feels like there's a lot of potential tactics long term, which, with both players getting into time trouble, is kind of a recipe for blunders. Looks like there's been some moves in the Ryan Ambergy game here. We have rook, okay, bishop to d3. So instead of taking this pawn, like we were looking at, he played rook e3, queen to h4, threatening the queen trade. Of course, Ryan, when they have a decisive game, does not want to have the queens come off. Then we see, I don't like rook c1 from Chuck. I mean, it's not bad according to the engine, but it feels like a concession because it just doesn't feel like this is the square you want your rook on. Maybe.
I think it's interesting to see actually why, if we can ever like talk to him about it. I don't know what his thought process is.
Yeah,
Maybe
Rook.
he wants.
I think he's
Maybe he's
worried about
afraid of.
back rank stuff. Um,
Let me see. Oh
like
wait, his work is just.
hypothetically here, you're kind of threatening this. Or actually, not even threatening that, but I'm trying to think of reasons why.
Yeah.
Like this is Rook
John.
C1 super solid from a defensive positional point of view.
Yeah, and John Claude did ask, if he wins all of his games, roughly how much elo. A pretty sizable amount. I feel he would at least 50. I'm pretty sure like that is like a guarantee. But
Yeah, he needs 42 points to
uh,
reach master. I think he definitely reaches master with 5 out of 5. I think 4.5 out of 5 probably gets him there too. Before next round, I'm gonna get out a calculator and I'm gonna give out the scenarios for his rating because this has become a very popular topic of conversation. Uh, and
I'll
these are
actually
things that
honor
we can calculate because we know, regardless of the results of every game, he's going to play the same 5 people in the event. It's a set predetermined schedule with a round robin. So you can calculate how many points you need for a certain rating.
This is the player. I'm pretty sure the players he does play is a little bit of a nuance within that though. Like if he, I mean, of course, if you beat everyone, then it doesn't matter. But in general. Oh yeah, so I am actually on it right now. So if he does win all his games, he will gain roughly around 80 points, which would place him around 22, 30, which would be a phenomenal result.
Yeah, I'm
Right now I
thinking
think we're looking
four
at,
and a half would, like, let's say he drew Ryan and then won all of his other games. I think that that would probably be enough for master as well.
yeah, 4.5 is currently the bar. 4 points he would drop a little bit below. I think uh right now he's looking at a 20-point rating jump already from 2158 to 2178 after his first 2 games, which is a pretty phenomenal B5. What is that?
Uh,
Oh
yeah,
my
I think
goodness.
um, Ryan is just trying to do anything to make this game exciting and try to make this a decisive game. So he's trying to be very aggressive with the pawn to b5 push. This is something that I would attempt to do as well as a favorite. And it's very easy to overpress in these type of positions, and sometimes that can create opportunities for for white.
Indeed.
Yeah,
And Rook
2:30
H8 is
Central
on it.
Time will be the next round, which will be approximately 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
And Rook H8 is on the board, so I mean, just takes off another major piece. And yeah, he played it really fast too. So I mean, 7 minutes. I feel Ryan right now. Ryan's only hope. I think this is what he's going for. Is just to try to get a more attacking position, given the fact that it is opposite colored bishops. But I mean, realistically, I don't think there's really a chance that he's able to win this. Which I feel for General Zod is actually really, really good because he has he'll have a half-point lead going into the next round. Albeit he does play Ryan next round, so if he loses that, then I mean it's kind of a wash anyways. But
I don't
he's
know.
giving he
I think
have a
there are
pretty big.
ideas here for Ryan. I mean, I think that we're going to see this exchange of rooks here. And then I don't know what Ryan does. If he does something passive, I guess like this. I mean, I'm trying to kind of infiltrate here, or then maybe have some sack ideas as well. If I'm Ryan, could maybe even go. I also wonder if you could ever sack the exchange. Okay, you can't in this exact position, because this is hanging. Um, but I wonder if there's ever that exchange sack ideas in other positions though, because if you get 2 pawns for the exchange, I think that's a very good attempt for Ryan to make this game decisive. Um, which I think is what he wants to do here. Rook h8 is on the board. We're going to see Queen h8, obviously.
Yep.
And then, yep, Queen h8 played. King b7, only move, or only logical move. And Queen H1 definitely goes with the theme of what Chuck has been doing. Is Ryan a future IM/GM? Given his age, I would say IM. I would bet on IM. GM would be more difficult, but hopefully that would be pretty cool. But it's hard to predict and forecast these things too, because there's a big jump. You have to get the norms and the rating, and it's very difficult. Just moving up that extra notch is so hard to predict. But Ryan has been putting a lot of work into his game and has been improving. I think that it's very logical to think that he could definitely make a jump to IM or GM for sure. How old is he? Is Ryan like 20-ish? I want to say low 20s.
Yeah,
22?
he's low 20.
Yeah, so he's still got some time to improve. So we see Queen H7. So Queen H7 stops the idea that I had of sacking on D3 and trying to prove that the rook, the bishop and 2 pawns is better than a rook, which is definitely an idea. And really, Ryan's looking for anything he can to imbalance this position. Ben Feingold became a GM at 40. That is true. It can be done.
I want to hop back to the Luscombe game. I think this one, barring on any like crazy changes, I think that one will probably fizzle out to a draw. But this one I feel has a lot more play, to see, which will be interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. The engine wants to play rook d3. I guess the idea of doubling the rooks. I think that the nice thing that David has in this position is it feels like that he can take pretty much any amount of time here that he wants. And there's not much
talking. Sorry, I was responding to. Yeah, it is 2:30 today, and then tomorrow it's gonna be 9 and 2:30 again. So we have 5 rounds. Round 1 was yesterday at 6. Round 2 was today at 9, I believe.
Yeah, 9:30 start times. Yeah, for both start time today and the start time tomorrow. 9:30 and 2:30 are the times for tomorrow, and 2:30 is the time for the round number 3. So if you're looking for General Zod's next game, he will be playing that one at 2:30, a little over 2 hours from now.
Yep, playing our tournament favorite.
Yeah, and the tournament favorite is in a tough game in terms of getting a decisive result. Don't feel like Ryan is in too much danger of losing that at the moment, but you never know.
Yeah, one thing I think maybe where Chuck could like falter a bit is, first of all, he is down to 7 minutes, but second of all, right now, I mean, he played A3. I think one way he could sort of fumble a bit is if he sort of gets in the mindset that, okay, this game's already a draw, all I need to do is play a few moves and it'll be fine. But commonly, if you get too comfortable, I think there could be some issues in the sense that you just start playing way too defensively. You don't put up any sort of challenge to your opponent, and then and you could just get in a position where it becomes very uncomfortable. Albeit, I really doubt that happens. Like four pawns, a rook, and a bishop for both people. I mean, it's not too much. If you want to tab over to that game, actually, there have been a few developments with Queen D5.
Yeah, Queen D5. So A3 kind of does give a target for Ryan to attack. I mean, I feel like that A5 and B4 are kind of inevitable. We're in a situation where Ryan's going to do everything he can to make this a potentially decisive game, but that feels somewhat difficult. I think that A3 makes some sense for Chuck because he's thinking about back row stuff and wanting to get his rook involved in the game. Though with the queen guarding the square, you can't quite do that yet.
Oh, someone in chat asked if you can watch in person. I think you.
So this tournament is being played at an apartment complex, so you do have to get someone to let you into the playing venue, and there's not that many spectators. Zod is playing under the name Joshua Alexander, just to throw off chat. So
His name
not
is
his real name.
actually yeah. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, General Zod is his real name, but he's playing under his fake name, Joshua Alexander, just to fly under the radar a little bit. And
Yeah, the pseudonym.
he is 2 out of 2.
Okay, this might be really stupid, but is C4 something that you can be delusional about here? No, it's not. No, it's not. I like. Wait, what is?
So, the thing that was annoying for Chuck is this D pawn was hanging, and now we're gonna see. Yeah, this is just a free pawn. So Ryan has milked a free pawn out of this position and has a slight advantage and just blew the game tactically. Believe bishop to e5 just wins immediately. Because bishop to e5,
What?
we're hitting here, and they want you to play c3, which gives up the bishop for free.
Wait, so how do we miss this?
So,
Like with 7 minutes on the clock.
yeah, I mean, it's
Uh,
one of those things where, Ryan is very good at pressing, and Chuck got a little bit passive. I think rook f1 was kind of the first move, and we have a resignation. Chuck has resigned here. And
sorry.
Yeah, that shows you how quick the game can turn. And Ryan is the favorite for a reason. And
Wait,
this
I
game
feel
looked
that's
like
such
it
a
was so even, and then it turned.
yeah. I mean, it's literally just a one move blunder. Like he just hung mate. Like how? I don't know. I feel that's he had the game like so under control. I felt, and then he just I don't. It looks like a mouse lip, but maybe.
RDD plays, I believe, and I could be 100% wrong. I know for yesterday, Rebecca Rutledge and that crew had a watch party at Camp's Cafe, but that was like with their normal chess club meeting time. So I don't know if they would have anything like that going. I don't know of any watch party, though, outside of just watching on Twitch.
Do we know what Zod plays as black in classical? I thought he did play Ayakin. I'm not gonna lie. The last time I saw him play in person, I'm pretty sure he did play the knight f6 stuff,
Okay, we
is
have
fun. But I think
some
that's
developments in this game here. So after bishop c7, we see knight takes d7, knight takes d7, bishop e3, and suddenly, those big numbers that we saw on the engine, they're gone. It is nice and peaceful for Arya, and this game looks to be quite like a fight.
Yeah, this one's gonna go on for a little bit. Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, it's h6 feels very like the engine says to play h6, but that feels like a very committal move. I don't like moving pawns in front of my king unless I have to.
H6 I feel is just good as sort of a move you just play because you don't want anything coming to G5. And maybe Arya wants to go like let's say after H6 you want to go bishop d8 and then knight f6. I don't know how eager he is for a trade here, but I feel he doesn't have too many plans. I don't know, maybe the idea doesn't really work because of not bishop f4 and then knight d6, but it could be an interesting thing to see. Apparently, Ryan is 26 as per his FIDE ID by It's Reckless. I'm not sure if he met Ryan. I would assume he did, but what is this?
I think he might be talking about General Zod being 26.
Ah, okay.
I could be wrong.
Also makes-
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris is here to keep us in check here. But yeah, this feels like a very difficult position for both players to come up with a plan and make progress. I know David's going to do everything he can to press here, especially after losing round number 1. He wants to find a way to make something happen here, and we see kind of an idea that you just had with bishop to d8 and probably wanting to play knight to f6, but d5 immediately might pose some questions to that. Chat cheering for a fast Berlin draw. I have my doubts that Ryan would allow a quick Berlin draw, but I could be wrong.
The fact that Arya goes for this bishop d8 is a little surprising. See,
I don't like how this rook is just there.
one thing I think maybe I know the engine likes d5, but I feel the rook becomes a lot more useful if you're able to sort of take on d5, and then you can just kind of zoom around on the 6th rank, which could be beneficial for black. I'm seeing here though.
I mean, I want to play something
Yeah.
like queen g4 and, well, okay, hang a pawn fork.
Yeah, one thing with
my
going
idea
for
was trying to go for this, but that doesn't work. Okay, rook a3. So it feels like that he probably wants to, I don't know, maybe swing his pieces over in this direction and get an attack going, which is very logical.
the fact that engine says bishop c7 is not the greatest sign.
I am very confident that Arya will not play bishop c7. I think that he'll probably play knight f6 here. And is that really bad? No, it's not really bad. It does allow
I think
knight to come to c5 though.
Yeah, I think that's not what you want as black, because bishop f4 as well, maybe rook e3.
But
I think
hope,
right now the only advantage is the fact that white has much better activity. Black is kind of just like huddled up, and you just hope you don't lose, right? But
I don't see why you play bishop d8 if you weren't planning to play knight f6 though. That's the only reason why I think this.
maybe maybe his idea is e7. Like he played
bishop
it.
e7. Okay, bishop e7 on the board. But now I'm wondering, can you do bishop f4, queen g3, bishop h6 ideas? But the engine really hates the move that is on the board here.
f5 is very. I don't know why you wouldn't go bishop f4 as like an intermezzo regardless, though.
Yeah.
And then maybe. Oh, engine actually really likes your
I'm curious.
queen g3.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to play with the idea of coming in here with the knight guarding this square as well. We're giving up the exchange potentially, but if you take the exchange, bishop h6 is super problematic here. And then, queen takes a3. And we're just saying that exchange is worth the long-term potential of this attack. So, I don't know. Could have happened, but did not. f5. Do you think he'll find f5? Because that feels unnatural to me.
Yeah, I don't know what off first glance, I think we can maybe look at why f5 is considered good for black if you want to like look into
So
what
f5
the engine.
forces knight g5, and then f4, and we're getting two pieces for the rook.
I feel this gets a little messy. Like this is a very like concrete thing. I feel as black you only play this if you see this position, right? And then you're confident you can make something out of it. But I don't know, especially with 12, oh, not 12,
Well,
17 minutes.
with
I don't know if this
having two pieces for a rook, I feel like for a rook and a pawn, I feel like you've got the better winning chances if you can find something to do with this rook. You
yeah.
really need to get that rook in from on a6 back in the game. But I feel like you've got better winning chances than white here. You might not know if you can win this, but you might think that maybe it's a 2-result game and go for that. But
It will not matter because he played knight f6 and knight c5 is on the board. So
it
we'll need to worry
yes.
about
So
that.
he did not go for that f5 line, which was a bit of an engine line, I feel. Hard to spot, and we have knight c5 on the board. Is there anything bad about just taking here? Because
I feel it's
like this
your
pawn
rook is
structure is
really.
awkward. Do we have time to relocate it though?
I don't know. That D file is looking really bad for black.
What happens
Like,
if I
I
go
mean,
back?
not bad. I feel you don't. This isn't something you look at and you're like, yes, I want to play this. But what does Queen? Okay.
Uh, yeah, I don't really like playing knight e8. This might be tying myself up a little bit here.
I think in this case it doesn't work, right? Because you can just wait. I was just looking at what you
The
play.
engine wants us to play rook a7, which is a hard move to play. I think
Yeah, that
long
move is.
term, the rook guards this pawn on b7. Like I honestly, I like rook a8 more, which is the move that he played, because I feel like long term that's a better square. But the queen is kind of babysitting this pawn on b7 temporarily, at least. And I think that bishop f4 ideas have to be considered at some point, because you can't respond with bishop d6 without losing this pawn on b7.
Mm-hmm. I
Hypothetically.
think if you do that queen b4 and maybe you're just fine, maybe look at that. I mean, if you're really pressed about taking, yeah. But
This actually looks kind of fine for black, honestly.
yeah,
Because you can
I don't think.
you get back here. Now, maybe this long term can be a problem. But I do like rook a8.
I'm a little surprised David went to put his rook from a3 to d3 so quickly. Like the only reason where that would be sort of like great is he plays rook b3 pretty fast, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can say he wasted a bit of time there, but I feel we have found the reason the engine wanted to go rook a7 is because now the queen
Yeah,
doesn't have to babysit on that square.
we're threatening
Dude,
this pawn now. It wants us to play bishop takes knight. I feel actually it's saying number one move is rook a7, but I feel like bishop takes knight is more natural. And I think we have time for this now because we're no longer having as many issues with this file, right? Than we were previously.
Do you want to try bishop f4, maybe e5? What is the idea?
E5 is such a hard move to play because it's committal. And it feels like it's going to be a long-term weakness. Like E5, bishop. And I feel like that I can put my rooks and I can go win this pawn. But maybe that's too optimistic.
E5, e4 as an idea, I feel is not. Oh, I mean, here you can't go e4 because it's pinned. Bishop g3.
Could you like prepare it?
But I will.
This.
Yeah, I will say
kind
the
of.
sort of structure where you have a pawn on c6 and like e5 and a5 is actually pretty common with a queen on c7. Like you see it a lot in like King's Indian, is that what it's called? There's King's Indian like attack for white. Like you have like a queen on c2 and like just exchange King's Indians. I think the structure to have the c6 pawn with like a pawn on e5 is pretty common. Wait, did he play e7 queen e7? No, he didn't.
No, this was just me coming up with ideas.
Yeah. Wait,
Okay.
he took. Ah, he listened to you.
Yeah, that's usually not a good sign. But yeah, we'll see.
I
Pawn
feel it's
takes.
not. It's not. I don't know. I just as white. I
I
mean,
mean,
you still have advantage on the queen side,
I think as black, you
and
had
like.
two candidate moves there. You had to either take there or you had to play rook a7 because you couldn't allow rook takes b7. So
Hmm.
I feel like bishop takes knight was more appealing than playing rook a7 after you had played rook a8 the last move.
Yeah.
It's just hard to make that
But
concession.
I feel now in this position, I really can't see black winning this. Like, maybe if there's some like strange endgame, but like the queen side is great for white because I mean, the pawns do look a bit like clustered, which is not optimal, right? But they do a great job at controlling b6, d6, and d5, which are like pieces. I'm not pieces, which are squares that black really likes with the knight. And then knight just looks a little bit like knight is very contained here, especially if rook d1 gets played in the future. Because I mean, engine likes bishop f5. Wait, what is bishop f4? What does it think of rook d1? Is it just bad? I mean, maybe. Oh, maybe it's bad. I'm not sure if rook. Oh, not rook d1. Sorry, rook d3. My bad. I don't know if that's a move or not. Apparently not really.
Yeah, because we can just try to trade everything off and offer a draw, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Which I think
Unfortunately.
that Arya would be happy with the draw here. David, not as much.
To be fair, Arya's rating is not that much lower than
No, it
David's
isn't.
now,
It's like
so it's
100
not like
points.
yeah. So I wouldn't. I mean, especially like with black though. Yeah, you're not too upset with this result. But I feel if anyone can push, it would be white. I don't really like how he like took off a lot of pieces though. I feel that's not really what he wanted
Yeah,
to do. But
I'm a little bit surprised that eval is plus 1.7 because I'm really struggling to figure out how to have that much of an advantage.
yeah.
Do we have
Mm,
ideas of maybe trying to get this bishop to d6, and that's why we have to play e5?
hmm.
Because hypothetically, you like we can't play this because of this, and that loses. Um,
I would be shocked if he doesn't play e5 if bishop f4. Oh, well, it happened. Yeah. Wait.
no, we have
He
bishop
just
to
took
d4 on
d4.
the board, so
I don't
threatening
like
to
that
come in
at all.
here.
Yeah, e5 gets
Now,
played really
now the
quick.
problem is both bishop f4 and bishop d4 provoke e5, but I think you would much rather have your bishop on either g3 or h2 than on c3 or e3, which is going to be where it's going to end up.
I believe he's gonna go back to e3. 'Cause c3. Oh, maybe
C3
his like
makes a little bit
ideas.
of sense because if you put it
Yeah.
on c3, you can play rook e1 and then you can try to come in this way. But now your rook on b3 is a liability. It's kind of amazing how the start of the game we had Arya doing this rook a6 and his rook kind of getting out of play. And now we've seen David's rook venture to b3 and might face the same fate. But
Yeah.
the thing
I
is
don't know.
with both of these players being under 15 minutes in time, I think that this is still a 3-result game because there's blunders that happen. I know that based on the eval bar, um, you could say that maybe black wouldn't have too many chances, but in real life, blunders happen, and I think that gives Arya some practical chances to win this game.
He goes queen to g3, which is a bit
Yes, so
curious.
guarding the bishop tactically, you can't take there because of the queen hanging. And that will force Arya to reinforce this e5 square, which I think he wanted to do anyways. It's interesting the engine wants to move this rook to e8, which I don't understand. I instinctually would want to remove the rook on f8 to e8, because then we can maybe move the rook on the a file to the d file long term.
Yeah.
But this is what the
I
engine
feel
thinks is best.
Yeah, engine likes this like knight d7, which is like the setup with like knight d7 and like your rook's on the e file. Because black, at least according to what the engine wants, black should kind of just like huddle together in a little circle and just like hope. White is the one with all of the pressure right now. I mean, pressure is a pretty strong word for it. It's generous, but if anything, I doubt black can
Is there
do
ever a line
something
where we
that
can give up the queen? Or is this just like too bad? I guess this is just too bad, but
Yeah, it's because I think it's just because all of your pawns on the queen side drop, and then c6, c7 is really fast for white,
yeah, that would
and
be
you can almost
problematic.
yeah, 'cause you have a pretty advanced pawn. They still have a decent amount of time though, but well. Wait, how do I?
Can we get away with rook d8 tactically? Oh wait, is that what he played? I was about to suggest that move. Hold on, I'm gonna verify. Okay, that was actually what he played. I was just about to suggest this, so he read my mind. Can he get away with this tactically? The engine says it's fine. Doesn't say it's best, but it says it's fine. It's good. It's good when you make a move like that where you're questioning whether or not it works, and the e-file bar stays relatively constant. So yeah, I like this setup more for Arya. We're putting a rook on the d file. Now we're gonna put a rook on the e file, and suddenly all of his pieces are well coordinated. He doesn't have the ugly rook on a6. You've got this weird pawn structure that David has here with the doubled c pawns. That maybe we can make this 4-on-3 on the king side. If we're being very optimistic.
Another like hidden threat that I think is pretty cool behind rook d8 is like your idea of 94 maybe. But I mean, I don't feel you get too much. That is like a little nuance that maybe he was looking at, because your bishop is essentially pinned to the rook on d1. But yeah, David, I don't know. I feel this is gonna be a pretty interesting conclusion, because like there's nothing like concrete for anyone, right? Like you're kind of just playing moves and hoping nothing crazy happens. But wait, is that a move?
Yeah, I feel like you can go here. And then I don't know. So yeah, this can be a problem long term, I feel. That has the knight coming off of the bishop, the rooks come off, and then it becomes very difficult for either side to make this a decisive game.
Yeah, I feel if you get in the position where the knight, wait, so takes. Oh, you want to go queen e3? Yeah, I feel this is practically rook. Oh,
Well, this is
e4?
better for black because you've got the 4 versus 3 over here, and this double pawn is probably not as strong.
Maybe you want to. Okay, this is crazy, but maybe black wants to go like e4 f5 and really kind of just like throw pawns. I mean, it's not. Maybe is that what the engine wants or no? let's say you go e4 and then like rook c2. What does what is it? Oh, rook d3. Oh, that's funny.
So
That
Mark will
is
be
funny.
rejoining the broadcast at 2:30. He's gone back home. He was at Norman giving a lecture and then joined in briefly, and he will be back later. For those of you who are wondering in chat, I just got a message from him.
Hmm. Wait, what is the current position?
Oh yeah, the current
Ari
position
hasn't played.
is this. So we just had Rook D8 played, or a Rook B to D3 played. Okay.
Maybe it is a concern in the future though. Like if black is able to trade off a lot of pieces and like keep the e5 pawn, maybe your little structure on the queen side becomes a little bit disjointed. Like a4 and c4 is really not optimal. The pawn on c5 is still pretty good. Obviously, I don't think David would ever let it get to the point where let's say your rooks come off, your bishop and knight come off, and it's just like queens. But then I feel at that point you're kind of just sitting around. I don't know.
It's
This
starting
one
to feel
might,
drawish.
yeah, I feel this one kind of going towards a draw. I don't really see how.
I do think that
Without,
there's chances for a 3 result game just because of the time situation though.
yeah, for sure. I think if it gets to the point, I don't think anything tactically can realistically happen here. But I feel if there's maybe like a bad exchange, like maybe if let's say black like just hangs a5 in the future, I don't know how this could happen, but hypothetically, let's say the pawn on a5 comes off, or maybe for white, let's say if they hang on c4 or on c5, then it becomes a lot more interesting. But I mean, I said that for Chuck's game as well, and then he kind of just hung mate. So yeah, anything can realistically happen. But
Jab test. Yes, this tournament is being held in Tulsa.
so Artem is taking his time though, which is a
Yeah, he
little
doesn't
bit.
have too much time to take either. Um, Feels like Rook E8 is a very natural move. Of course, it's just
Mhm.
kind of a autopilot type of move. Is what I would refer to it as.
Maybe he's calculating some. What could he be calculating? Oh no. Maybe he's trying to see after like bishop e3, like rook e8, bishop e3. Maybe he's trying to determine where he wants to go from there. But I feel in this position you might want to just go for it in case you do need to think later.
I think you
Especially
do
with
need reinforcements on this E5 pawn. So it's just so natural to play Rook E8.
maybe he's also considering knight d7. But I feel that gets really suspect if, a rook gets on d6 for white.
Yeah, the
Wait, so
problem with
what is
Knight
wrong?
D7 is I think when we retreat here, this pawn has issues long term. We can even consider stuff like F4 because obviously the mate threats. Uh, got to be careful about hanging mate again.
Yeah. F6 I think is a nice resource though, whenever you're feeling a little bit scared on the queen side, not on the queen side, on the king side. I think maybe this is what David wants actually. Maybe this like his plan is just to have well, his plan with the bishop d4. I'm assuming this is what he wanted to go for from the start. It's just to put his bishop on c3 and try to put some pressure down on g7. But I feel if your bishop is on c3, it also puts pressure on a5, which is good. So maybe original evaluation of that move was not optimistic enough. But he seems to know what he's playing for. And Arya's getting pretty low on time, which is not something you want. He has spent 6 minutes, almost 7. So
Yeah, this is a little
he,
bit nervy if you're for a fan of Arya for sure.
he does sometimes have a tendency to like get low on time and just And oh, I mean, once you get low on time, I mean, to be fair, I haven't played this guy in a while, but
Yeah,
like last year during Scholastic, sometimes he generally does quite well out of the opening, but he gets pressed pretty easily. I mean, in this game, I think he did pretty well with his little
we have
maneuver, and like
Ryan in the chat. Congratulations, Ryan, on your win here. This felt like a very difficult game for you from the start. It felt like Chuck did a great job of, causing some issues in the opening here. We had we thought that this knight e4 idea was pretty interesting. You had a decent position out of the opening, and queen h4 was also it was interesting, but it felt like it might have caused some long-term problems for you. I don't know how you felt about that. I'm just going to go over this game real quickly while we have Ryan in the chat. You did force bishop e3, which felt at the time that this happened, I thought, oh, this is like a pawn. And yeah, queen h4, you overlooked something. I can kind of see that. Bishop d6, and then yeah, this ended up being a very difficult game. f5 was really quite the commitment here, I felt. And then it was interesting that you played f5 and then took back with the d pawn. This was what William and we had Mark Halsey on the call earlier. Both thought that you would take back with the d pawn, and you did. Yeah, you missed something in the bishop e3 line. Was hoping he would castle. Yeah, castling would have been in that position very, very hard to do. But d takes e4, and then I felt like after queen d2, I really liked white here because this queen and this bishop were very, very organized. But you played queen f6, kind of getting your queen to a much better square, because queen g4 would have forced the queen on h7, which I don't think you really wanted to have that happen. So this makes sense. And then, yeah, this felt like a very difficult position to play. I feel like around here is where you started to make some progress, because bishop takes f6 I didn't really like for white. I thought that was very committal. Like I didn't really feel like that was necessary. Whoa, I went way too fast. Okay. Yeah, bishop f6, gf6, and then e4. I feel like he's just trying to make trades for the sake of making trades. Yeah, I agree, Ryan, with that assessment that he's playing too much for a draw there. Bishop takes f6 wasn't too great here. Castling, queen g2, queen b8, king b8, h4. This idea of just trying to resolve the tension over on this side of the board. And I thought that he might have been getting kind of his wish on a very drawish position around this point, after he ended up getting rid of all the pawns on the king side. Yeah, it's easier to play for a win against someone that's playing for a draw than it is to... Oh, interesting. I oftentimes, when I'm facing people playing for a draw, overextend and then end up losing. So hopefully you don't have that problem as much as I do. After rook g3, you felt very confident. Yeah, he's very passive here. That is one thing I will note. And one thing that I was mentioning in the broadcast is it feels like in these opposite colored bishop positions, whoever is attacking is basically up a piece. And I feel like that you got the opportunity to be attacking around this point. And we saw in this position, I really did not like rook to c1, which is what was played. Just felt like a really big concession. Did we look at rook f1 after queen h4, queen f3?
rook.
What in this position or another position?
Yeah, here instead of to c1.
Yeah, instead of rook c1 here. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button there. Rook c1.
Short answer, we did not. Um, but
I thought
but
that
yeah,
there
I could
was there's a tactic here. This wins instantly because of uh, you can't take the queen because of back row, and if you take the rook, then we're hitting here and here. Yeah, we're just winning material.
I think we looked at something really similar.
Yeah, we,
I
we
don't
looked at rook takes d3 and multiple different lines. So we noticed that was an idea that we were going to have. I also thought that you might have had an idea in some positions to sack the rook for the bishop and 2 pawns and try to win that ending. That might have been difficult though.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, we have b5 here and just trying to trade. Queen h7. Get the king off of that pin. And here, the d4 pawn falling was very unfortunate for Chuck. Yeah, that would have been your last resort trying to win the 2 pawns versus exchange ending. I could see that. That would have been a very difficult one to prove, but still winning chances here. In this position, it looks like he needs to play queen to g7 to hold, because we just don't really want to allow what ended up happening in the game. I did not like queen g6. I mean, it's not really threatening anything, and we're just giving up the d4 pawn as a concession. And then obviously we need to be aware of the threats of bishop e5, which rook f1 was not that end of the game. It was quite amazing how quickly the game turned. He meant to play his queen to g7, but he had hallucinated it. I could see that. I mean, originally when he played queen g6, I thought he was getting counterplay on e6, but the rook guards that square, so you're not really doing anything. Maybe he thought that he needed to have the queen on the bishop because he was worried about the rook takes bishop lines, but with you already winning the pawn on d4, I don't really feel like that you're sacking the rook there. You're just going to try to win the pawn up ending. You probably gave a really strange rook after rook f1. Yeah, rook f1. But the thing is Chuck is down 6 minutes, so you've got a 40-minute edge on the clock. So that's very difficult. And when you get low on time, you make errors. So congratulations
Miles.
on another win, Ryan. And looks like you have a very big clash with Josh next round, as both of you having 2 points. So that will be a big decider in the tournament. But we do have a time pressure situation in the Arya David game, which I think is what William was wanting me to go to here. So we have some moves being played in this game.
So yeah, we can probably look from rook e8. Thank
Yeah,
you,
rook
Ryan, for
e8.
your ins.
And then we have bishop c3. Bishop c3 was what we were expecting. And interesting here, after bishop c3, he could have played knight to e4, which I feel like is the best move if you want to draw. But instead, he exchanges, and this allows queen takes d3, and now no longer knight e4 is a threat. So I feel like this has gone very decently for David here. And rook, queen to d6 on the board. And can we exchange and get away with this? But he played queen to c8. What happens if do I lose the game immediately if I take this pawn?
94, I'm guessing. Oh, you meant that pawn.
Apparently, I won a pawn, but I'm not doing anything. That's the lesson here.
Yeah, I don't know. Engine does say it's like zeros, but I think if you do get the position where maybe you have like, even if pawns are balanced overall, let's say it's like 4 on 3. Oh, well, if you take it, won't be a 4 on 3. But let's say, that's a
Can
bad
we take
example.
here?
But let's say well, I don't think a5 is the play. Yeah, because 90. I think doesn't your pawn on c5 drop? Yeah. I feel if you get to a case where it's like I feel David's best chance for a win here is maybe to get to the point where because right now he has the 4-on-3 on the queen side. So maybe, I mean, for him, I'd say like best case is let's say you get just one pawn on that side of the board. I mean, the bishop's better than the knight in that scenario. So maybe try to push for a win there. And the fact that Arya is down to 1 minute and 30 seconds definitely does not help his chances, right? So
Yeah, David is down to 6 minutes, so that's going to be uncomfortable for him as well.
indeed, but yeah. Yeah, I think this one, traditional, like conventional sort of ideas might kind of go out the window once since you're at a minute left. But I feel Rook
Yeah,
E6 is really natural here for Black. I don't think he doesn't play it,
we're
and
getting
then
into the
maybe he
time
goes.
that I think that either player could blunder in time pressure. That makes it kind of a three result type of game. So Rook E6 played, Queen D2 played very quickly to because it was hidden, it was hit. So I think David's idea here is he wants to win this pawn on A5.
This is true. But then yeah, knight D7 and you lose on C5.
Can
I
we hold
guess. Yeah.
C5 with maybe like a Queen E3 though? Well,
Oh,
we have knight D7 on the board.
Queen E3, then just Queen C7. No, and then you kind of just hold everything. I don't know. I think we might be getting to that position where it's just White has an extra pawn on the queen side, and he's just gonna try to use his bishop over the knight. But Black is still pretty solid here, and I feel like okay. I feel David hasn't gone anywhere in the past like 5 moves. Like earlier had his rook on D1, he had his queen on D6. Um, and I thought he was doing fine. Of course, there's like no actual thing he can do, but. I feel Arya has gone like Arya has improved his position and David has kind of just been shimmying around. Like he hasn't really gone anywhere. But I mean Engine really wants to take off the C5 pawn.
Yeah,
He's like
Engine
fine
wants to
with
play
it.
Queen F8 instead of Queen C2, which is interesting. Or Queen
Yeah, I
C7.
suppose this is just sort of I think like from an engine perspective, it's just because in that resulting endgame where let's say it's 4-on-3 on the queen side for white and 4-on-3 on the king side for black. I think it's just because engine just like no wait, did Arya play it? Oh,
Yeah,
he
Arya
did play
played
it.
Queen
Wow.
F8. Yeah, he. This is the live position. I'm going to keep it. Don't really want to do too much analysis here because they're going to be making moves pretty quickly. Both of them are very low on time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels like he's going for that pawn now. Now, I don't think there's really. Can we take here? And then you've got to take with the queen. Because if you take with the knight, this is going to be deadly. And these are the type of oversights that you can see very low on time as well. So it is very important that after we take there, you've got to take with the queen. Um,
Maybe that's why he might play rook D1.
yep. Welcome, Raiders of PJ's Chess. We are finishing up our coverage of round 2 of the Rozsa Cup, which is an invitational tournament in Oklahoma. And General Zod has already finished his game. He's won. He's got 2 points out of 2. And we'll face Ryan Ambergy in a little about over an hour and 20 minutes from now. That will be his next game. But we've got this time pressure game here. Rook D1 played.
Rook D1 was played, which is a nice little in between.
Now you can take with the knight because we don't have the bishop B4 threat immediately.
Yeah.
If you
The
want
engine
to.
line is knight C5, bishop A5, and rook D6, which looks a little odd, but apparently it's fine.
Yeah, I think the idea is after rook D6, queen D6, bishop B4, you can cover up with B6 and apparently you're fine.
Yeah. I do feel in those positions though, if you do get to the point where it's like you have just like an outside a pawn that's just hanging out and you just have I don't know what black does. Wait,
So we
of
see knight
course you would
takes and
want
bishop
to.
takes immediately played.
Yeah. Expected. Will he play
Can we
rook
get away with
D6 is a weird
this?
move.
Oh wait, I'm not hanging a queen because the rook can retreat. But I'm wondering if we can get away with this, or am I getting my knight trapped?
B3 is apparently what the engine wants. Wait, what is B3? Maybe you just take the pawn at E5 and say you're fine. Wait, you can't take the pawn.
I guess yeah, b3 here.
Well, no, not B. It was like B3 after exchanging on E8. Yeah, no. Well, yeah. So take on A4
So
and then rook.
this, and then b3.
I'm just curious to see why like B6. Yeah.
And
That
white is, I mean, material is even, but we've got the 2-on-1 advantage here, which I think is a slight edge for white. Very hard ending
I
to
feel
prove,
this.
though.
Yeah, this I feel if Arya goes into this could be very suspicious because like B4, B5, and you get your pawn to B6 pretty easily, and like the white king is not doing too poorly. Oh, he plays it. Wow.
He plays rook d6, which was the number one
This
engine
is
move.
hard. Yeah, that's nice.
I was concerned about lines like exchange, exchange, and then bishop here, but we've got the difference is we've got this in between queen check, so this is no longer as big of a threat. With the queen on e7, we did not have this queen check, so that's the main
Yes,
difference in
that's
that line.
so much so that apparently rook A1 is the best, but
Yeah, I mean rook a1 or
rook
rook f1 would be hard to play. I could see rook a1 though. Getting behind this pawn kind of is very logical.
Yeah, maybe you want to go B4, B4, B5, and just pray something happens.
I mean, knights are not good against rook pawns generally, um,
Hmm.
and try to prove that at some point.
Yeah, I feel it is the only way to kind of put pressure on Arya though. Time
Arya,
wise, he is down to 58 seconds, which is
58
not
seconds.
off.
David has 5 minutes, which isn't all the time in the world, unfortunately, but they're both basically getting close to playing on increment now.
Yep. I think Arya's kind of been playing on increment for a bit. He's been
Yeah. And he's been finding good moves on increment too. He's been not blundering, been playing basically the number one computer moves for a while now.
What is the? Oh wait, no, never mind. Okay. Well, yeah, I feel if okay, so for Arya, right, you don't wanna if he takes on D6, I feel your idea is pretty simple. Like you just go Queen D1 and Knight D3, and then you're fine. So that's like not hard. I feel right now if you're David, you really want to find something to toss in there that would just like make him have to think more because he really can't think more, right? So
Can we
I feel he
try like a
will
rook
go like
e1 maybe?
yeah, rook E1, rook A1. Oh, knight D3. Knight D3, rook D1, then what? Knight D8? What?
Well, if we do rook d1, we can offer a draw by repeating. But
Would he? Oh, I feel he could then, yeah, maybe.
try this. Though
Yeah, we are getting to the point where now David is almost at 3 minutes, which is not what you
yeah, I mean,
want.
we're gonna get to a point where both of them are pretty much playing on increment. We're very close to that already.
Yeah, for sure. What? Oh, nothing's been played. Yeah, this is gonna be hopefully an interesting end.
Yeah, with time pressure, truly anything can happen here. I would play rook a1. I feel like, or sitting here from my nice comfortable chair in my apartment, I would play rook a1. The engine wants rook
Maybe,
f1, but I don't understand. But
yeah, maybe you don't. Maybe Engine doesn't like Rook A1 because of just like maybe he's afraid of any like knight
I mean,
b3 in
there's
the
ideas of like, yeah, that could be problematic. We like to hang knight boards
but
here.
objectively it's fine. Like I don't think there's anything wrong
Yeah,
with
the queen guards
because
it for now, but he's played rook f1. He took a long think and did find the number one computer line. It's very interesting that the computer is saying knight a4. I would not play knight a4 because of bishop b4, which just feels really bad. Arya plays something that is interesting.
it's a good move.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. So he's threatening the c4 pawn now. If you play bishop b6, we can still play rook takes, and we're not losing material.
Yeah, I think white maybe you just take on e5 and then Zod is done of his game already.
Yep. He this tournament is commentating a tournament that General Zod is playing in. He's going under the name Josh Alexander to avoid suspicion from the contestants, and he's won his first two games. The next round, which will start in about an hour and 15 minutes, he will be facing Ryan Ambergy as the battle between the two perfect scores, which will be a good battle there for sure. But now
Yeah.
we are looking at this game right here, which is the last game of round number 2. And they have gone the distance, closing in on nearly 4 hours here, with both of them in a time scramble.
Yes. What, so bishop b6, what takes b3, rook c2, rook d1? What?
This is going to be difficult to find in time pressure for both sides.
Yeah, I feel if it gets Zod's USCF is 2158.
Yeah, he
And
is
who do
came into this tournament 42 points away from national master.
and now he's probably around a little under 30 points. Yeah,
Yeah,
so this one is probably just going to a draw. I mean, White's
queen
only real
queen takes
aspiration
e5
for win.
on the board. So I feel like rook c4 is very logical here. Get a pawn back. And then when we get this pawn back, we've got 3v3 on the king side, 2v2 on the queen side. And that's going to make it very hard for either side to prove enough to win the game.
Yeah, and Rice putting 62. To answer your question, I feel next game, the game between Ryan and Zod will be he asked who do we think is taking it all, so who's gonna win. I feel the next game between Ryan and Josh will likely be sort of the key game if there is a
Yeah.
decisive result
I
there.
mean, I'll be honest, it's really hard to bet against Ryan with the white pieces, just as in general, from a betting standpoint. You would definitely say that Ryan is favored there, but General Zod coming in the underdog, hopefully he can, pull a big upset, and that's the time to do it. So we'll see. But I would, if I had to bet on someone, I would bet on Ryan. But I've also lost a lot of bets in my life, so that's probably the good thing for General Zod is I'm not right all the time.
Yeah, and as for the other games, MG3723, I don't know if we have time to tab to the because this one's getting pretty close. But the game between Zod and Bronlik, wait, it was Bronlik, right? It was a close Sicilian, and Bronlik he fumbled this like massive positional idea with Queen A4 at the beginning on like move 17, and then from there it was really smooth. It was a really smooth conversion where he just had two pass pawns on the B and C files. He was able to push those. And then the game with Ryan, it was a really odd opening. And it was really even. It was Chuck against Ryan. And then Chuck's
Wow.
basically
Apparently this
had it
doesn't
draw.
lose instantly, but this feels like almost blundering a tactic. Rook c5.
Rookie one instead, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
Queen
we're hitting
E1.
the queen and the bishop, but I guess you can go queen to e1, guarding the bishop, and hold very close to blundering a tactic. And this is the point with both of them at a minute, basically both playing on increment, where blunders can happen.
Yeah.
So queen e1 is threatening bishop to b4.
Queen Rook C2 looks pretty easy to find though. Maybe like
Yeah, there's
hmm,
not too much to find here. I think rook c2 is very logical. Very easy to say that when we have the engine just throwing a number there, though. But you definitely want to get one of those pieces off of this diagonal.
mhm.
You could also maybe move the queen somewhere, though there's not a really great square for the queen. David
Rook
is
F.
2150 as well, like USCF. He's right around there.
Yep. Rook
And
F5
Arya
is
is
a little.
around 2050, I believe. Rook F5. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, though, because now he's thinking about maybe Queen F5 and then maybe getting some pressure this way. So we see Bishop B5, we see C5 immediately played, getting in some quick moves. White getting a little bit of a pull here. I think maybe Bishop A3, Rook C1 ideas could come into play. Though the knight on E6 is well positioned for that pawn on C5 as well.
It's a little surprising that engine is giving white any advantage here. At least for my C4. That
The engine likes the bishop, I guess. Though I really like the knight placement for Arya here. He's just a very good square.
oh. Wait, maybe the rook is running out of places to go. Maybe you're gonna
Yeah,
have to
this
go
rook
like
on
G6.
F5 might be slightly off sides. That's why it probably wanted to come down to C2 in the earlier position.
Wait, maybe very offsides. Because, like, after Queen E4, like, it has to go. I mean, or you can move your knight, but your knight doesn't really have any squares that are like, exceptional.
Queen
Maybe his idea is
E4, we
knight
can go
G4?
rook F4, and I think we're okay.
Yeah. And then C4. Yeah, that's not too fun. Queen G4. Wait, you should. Actually, we can wait since they're both at a minute.
Yeah, Queen
What is
E4,
this?
and then it wants to play rook G5. I was thinking about this. Does this lose tactically? Nah. It's just a slight pull for white, but that's going to be also a hard slight pull to prove. Um, but yeah, we're at the point now where neither side can really calculate super long lines. It's mostly about short-term tactics and both of them trying to create some sort of chances here.
David is down to 30 seconds though, which is
Yeah.
suboptimal. A 30-second increment is pretty good for avoiding like too bad of a time scramble though, I feel. Like if it's like 15 seconds, it'd be a lot more volatile, but
The DGT says he's run out of time. I feel like that's unlikely as a result. I feel a lot of times in a situation like this, the players could have agreed to a draw, and I feel like that's more likely than him running out of time here.
yeah. Wait, okay.
Because if they agreed to a draw, the clock would keep running and eventually it'd run out. Um,
Yeah, you're right.
but yeah, it says all zeros on the clock for David. I don't know if that's the result yet, though. Keep my phone up to see if we get news on that.
Yeah, a draw is pretty likely though. I feel a draw here is a little bit.
So let's see here. I got news from Mike that the DGT board stopped updating. So,
Bro.
right in time pressure. I wonder
The
if an
DGT
illegal move was
also.
played and then that broke the DGT board. Because that's sometimes something that occasionally happens in time pressure.
A legal move here would be pretty difficult to find, though. Oh well.
There's illegal moves in every position. The classic
Oh
queen
yeah.
to d7 move.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
But yeah, looks like we awkward time for the DGT board to freeze out because it feels like this could be a 3-result game. I think that they could literally agree to a draw in this position. It wouldn't shock me. They could. Either side is capable of blundering with as little time as they have left. So could go either way here. While this is frozen, I'll do a quick rundown of this game because we've done a rundown of every other game. So we had the Caro here. Very similar setup to what Arya had in round number 1. He's had back-to-back blacks. So we'll see some different openings from him in the near future because he'll have to start to get some whites. But we have this structure, which he likes the knight coming to b6. The engine disagrees. We have the rook coming to a6, which is a theme that we've seen in back-to-back games. But just a kind of a bottle-up position here. An opportunity for David to find knight h5 and get a really nice advantage. But that was a very hard computer line to see. And David did not see that here. And he had a nice advantage until he relieved the tension here. And then ever since here, it feels like we've been about even. And had a hard time getting much of an advantage at all. And this idea with the bishop coming to d4, I just don't really like. It just hasn't worked out for David in terms of coming up with the chances to win this game. And we've gotten kind of into the maneuvering position that we have in the game. Oh wait, no, we're back to live.
Oh, we're back.
And yeah, we have moves. So David, a minute. What do we miss here? So we missed this. Rook f4.
We're at queen
And d6. There. Pawn up. So he's trying to get his bishop, trying to get the checkmate inspired by what Ryan pulled off. And he can go into this ending up a pawn, but the queen and pawn ending would probably be drawn. So he has the option of playing bishop takes knight here, going up a pawn. And that's indeed what he does. It's a convenient thing to do in time trouble, trying to just get a slightly advantageous position, figuring that you're not going to lose this position up a pawn here if you're David. But these queen and pawn endings can be very difficult for both sides because the difference between winning and losing can be very, very small.
I think though, this one, I don't really feel black. I mean, white has any way to get the pawns up, but we'll see what he can do.
I think the queen is kind of well positioned now because, I mean, black has one check, then the king goes to h2, and then there's nothing after that.
Yep.
So this is annoying position for Arya to play. I do like queen c2 because it prevents these pawns from moving. I would have, instead of playing king h2, probably just moved the pawns up the board, but we see queen c7, which is kind of threatening the idea of g5, and maybe simplify that pawn structure over there. All right, got a text confirming that we're back, but we have discovered that we're back anyways. Pawn to b4.
What do you think the chance of Arya losing this is realistically. Because although, right, engine says it's equal, but I think practically I don't hate White's chance of just pushing the pawn, considering how safe his king is on h2.
I
I mean,
think
like
given the
g5
time,
may.
yeah, given the time
Sorry.
situation, I feel like that White is favored to win here. I could be wrong, um, but this is just a very difficult position for Arya to hold.
I feel this is one of those positions where like we can see the bar for White just shoot up like anytime. Maybe is there any way you could like turn on more than one engine line? Perhaps.
Um,
Wait, I can shoot. Or like just not at the same time, but yeah, you can go to 5 lines. Yeah, so right now only 3 moves for black, supposedly. If you yeah, multiple lines. It's the it's
okay.
below search time. Oh, did he play B6? No, oh, yep. Bar does shoot up.
So all right, let's get back. Queen c7 played, b4, and then queen to c6, and now b5 has been played. And yeah, the engine is liking White. It just felt like a very difficult position to hold from Black's perspective. And David's
For
also
sure.
getting creeping up on time. He's got 2 minutes and 50 seconds according to this as well. So he's gone from being very low on time to now Arya is just playing on the increment and having to make tough moves here.
Looks like the DGT disconnected again. Oh,
Nah, the
never
DG, he
mind.
made a move with 6 seconds left. There's just a little bit of a lag there. Uh, I'm going to be very skeptical when I see all zeros on anyone's clock. I don't think either of them are going to lose on time, but the time will play an impact because you're being rushed into decisions at this moment. And right now, the engine says that this is just lost for Arya. Um,
Yeah, I think it's just the pawns are at this point pawns are just too
so
far up
one
the board, kind of state the obvious, but
one issue Arya can have, like let's say he plays a move like Queen B8, you can play something like Queen E5. You can't exchange queens ever because if you exchange the king and pawn ending is one because this king is way too far out. It can't stop the pawns from coming in.
is this what's on the board right now?
Yeah, this is what's on the board. I haven't done any of the analysis because I'm just expecting moves to be played very quickly because neither side has time.
Mhm.
But like one idea that I would have if I'm David is Queen E5, A6, and then after you take B7, B8. And how do we stop that idea?
You can't. That's the problem.
Yeah, that might be the issue here.
Maybe if you're black, you just want to G5 something, do something, and just hope. But yeah, Queen E4 is a pretty easy move to find. Because then after you take on A5, I mean, no matter what, as long as your queen gets onto that diagonal to, like, sort of what is that? H2 B8. I feel like once you get there, you're holding on to F4. You're literally just escorting your B pawn, and I think the road forward now is very, very clear. Like after Queen E4, he also has 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Like
Yeah.
Queen E4, the only move that would stop that, right, yeah, is Queen F7 maybe, but
It's not fun if you have to go back to F7 because I mean we were looking at the line before. Like for instance, if you go back to F7, you could do this. And then what do you do? This
yeah,
just
you
wins.
take. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe try to get the queen to C7 first before
Oh
pushing.
well, I gotta be careful. I can't hang this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I
Back to
guess you
black.
can. I guess you still can. Queen F2.
Queen F2. So the idea you can't push because queen takes B6 makes sense. But yeah,
A6.
we can't take here because we don't want to hang the F4 pawn. Um,
I feel now what I have to do after A6 is just push the pawn queen C7, and then you can kind of just wiggle your way to that diagonal that we mentioned earlier, and then it's kind of just
yeah, we can play A6, and then if queen takes B6, we can play queen B7, and I think we're
yeah,
good.
or pawn B7. Really, really anything. Yeah. So what does that do to the standing? That would put two people at 1 point, Tom and David. Arya and Charles would be at 0, and then we have General Zod and Ryan at 2 points apiece, which is actually a pretty significant lead considering we only have three rounds left.
Yeah, the game between General Zod and Ryan will be very pivotal in the standings for sure.
Yeah, I feel that might just be the one that decides the tournament, considering how both of them are playing. Honestly, I'm a little more concerned for Ryan after how his last game went. Like I thought it was actually pretty shaky. Um, like a shaky win. I mean, a win's a win, but
Yeah, General Zod has been kind of clinical on how he's finished his opponents so far this tournament. So you're just only have excitable things to say about him in terms of the way he's been playing. Though he hasn't really been put in a position where I feel like he's had some discomfort. He had a very a position in the opening today that he was very comfortable with, and I feel like he was very comfortable with the position he had yesterday as well. So we'll see if Ryan's going to be able to pose some questions that might add some more discomfort. David taking a long time. Okay, maybe that was inaccurate on the clock here. Offering the queen trade. Obviously, Arya can't accept the queen trade because that would just be lost. So I'm getting some text messages here. I'm getting some photos, but I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to take the photos from my camera. Like I could hold them up here. There you go. A little bit of the time scramble.
H4. Wow. Nice.
H4 is a very weird move to play. I feel like
I think he wants.
if the queen ever goes to, yeah, it's just a target.
H5.
I figure now the king has to come up some. I don't know. This feels like David is unnecessarily putting some pressure on.
G3 I don't know. I feel this construction is a little odd, especially because black can play H5 maybe, and then white's in a little. I mean, white's still winning, but oh wait, maybe not. Engine does not like what David has done
Yeah,
whatsoever.
he's creating
Oh my
holes
god.
in front of his king, which can allow for perpetual checks. This is where queen and pawn endings get very very technical, and the eval bar is assuming perfect play, but you just can't assume perfect play because even though there's so little pieces on the board, perfect play is very hard here.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised David has waited so long to play this A6 B7 idea. I feel maybe now how much like now you really don't have any problems with it though. Because the queen for black ends up. Wait, what is this idea? Wait, so A6 takes B7. Then what? Queen E8? I
I
don't
think the
know.
main idea is after b7, then black has to do some sort of babysitting on the b8 square. These
Mm-hmm.
pawn pushes make me nervous because the more of these pawns that you get rid of, the less shelter you have for your king. The more likely black can somehow find some sort of perpetual.
Yeah, this one, F5 is a little strange to me. I don't really get.
Yeah, Special Agent Bill has a good point that neither of these players are going to get too much rest before the next round uh, with this marathon of a game. And as a streamer, I'm not going to get much rest either. uh, oh well. This game has gone the distance.
Who? What are the
So
next?
he plays g5, exchanges. I guess the idea is the queen can't take back because there's no checks, so you're just going to be kind of a little bit offside. I think Arya has to take back with the pawn here, which is ugly. But again, I don't really see the follow-up. If he takes back with the pawn, and then I don't like taking back with the queen.
Oh. Well, he did.
Because now we don't have any checks. We can just play a6 with the idea of playing b7, and there are just no checks.
Maybe, yeah. No, I don't. I was gonna say maybe he wants to go to D2 and then the first rank, but the queen on F3 does a great job at holding onto F1 and H1 and
So we
H5
see
and F5.
we see
Yeah, king
a6
up.
played by David and a check played by Arya, but we can simply move up. We can move our queen back. Either way works.
Yeah. Precise play by David at the end. I think this one's coming to an end, unfortunately
Now
for.
b7, and I don't think there's any hope after b7. I think after b7, we're getting very close to resigning.
Maybe he wants to get on like B2 or something and just wiggle around. I'm not sure. Cause like getting your oh, actually no, it's pretty easy. Get your queen to C8.
I mean, I think that we're playing queen c6, queen c8, and then pushing. Then we have an extra queen. And having an extra
Yeah.
queen is going to be helpful here.
Oh, something. Yeah, Queen C6. Yeah,
So yeah,
something to know also.
queen c6.
Anytime the black queen goes anywhere, you can go Queen G6 with your queen as white and force the black king onto the back. Like if Arya does this thing where he, let's say, just leaves B8 but tries to get a perpetual, um, the like Queen G6 and then promoting with check would probably just end that. Ooh, that is also a move.
That
Yeah,
looks like it works because
yeah.
I was looking at this line. I was wondering if you could let him queen. So this is a fun hypothetical. Is you're getting very close to getting checkmated here, but you've got one square, and black is just not in time to do this threaten checkmate. But with two queens, we can block that.
Hmm.
So I feel like is there any way we can do this that's tricky? It's my
I
question.
don't know why. Not really. Not really.
Zod won Karmu. He's 2-0, and he'll be facing the other 2-0 player, Ryan Ambergy, in the next round. Oh, it looks like, yeah, this is on the board. David realized that he can queen the pawn and doesn't have anything to worry about. But I can see why Arya went for this line.
I mean, yeah, it was the only option for him to not just like. I mean, it's not really an option to be honest, but closest thing he had. But it's really just one check. And there's never really even mate either, because like even if you get your queen to let's say like H6 or F6, like your king just like runs away.
If only there was a pawn here, then this would be an absolute brilliancy. But there's not.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunate. Expecting resignation in like 10 seconds probably.
So Ryan will play. General Zod will play Ryan Ambergy next. An FM rated 2400, a little over 2400 now actually. Very difficult game, but that is the matchup between the two perfect scores in this tournament, and will be a very pivotal game for the long-term standings of this event. That will be happening in approximately 45 minutes. Yeah, we see a check. We see that check being blocked. Now, the interesting thing here is you've got this h5 idea to throw in here, and you can't take back because of queen takes queen.
I guess.
It is a tough lineup for Arya. But yeah, we see that it's the only idea to have on the board, but simply king f4 is going to be good here. I guess you can still follow it up with g5.
G5 being en passant would be kind of funny.
Yeah. I did miss that. That's funny. I'm just thinking of ways to mess around here, but yeah, en passant with the check too.
Yep, and then it's just mate in like 4. Maybe Arya's like praying for some queen f2, but then king g5, and then the pawn is held onto by the queen on b8. Yeah, this one is unfortunately not going on much longer. King g5.
King
Yeah,
g5. We're starting to run out of checks after king g5. You can go to d2, but we've got queen f4.
Yeah.
And I think
Maybe
from
even
there,
king f4 with the other queen. Queen from b8. Wait, yeah, because then f6 comes with check.
yeah, that's a
Oh,
problem. Yeah, that's
engine
actually
wants to
cute.
h6, which is kind of funny.
Because now if you play queen d8, you can block that check with
Oh, he
f6,
did it.
which is check.
Now he's queen a5 is what the engine wants. To not even allow f6, which is also kind of funny. Yep.
But yeah, I think this game has a couple of moves left in it.
Mate in 5. According to Stockfish, it is mate in 5. Ooh.
Black is almost out of checks. It can go to d1. Figure every move that black is going to play here is a check, I just assume. Until he resigns.
Does he have... Oh, well, he doesn't even have any more checks now. Yeah. Wait, what is that?
Yeah, I think we
Not.
just go queen g5 and it's just game. Yeah.
GG.
Arya has fought very hard. He's had tough positions in both games. Just tough positions out of the opening, and just had some troubles surviving that. I think we're going to see queen g6 followed by queen e8, and that will force the queens to come off, and that should take out any drama that, he goes for the check instead. This is good too. This might even be better. Because you just take on g7, and now queen a8, king h7, queen f5 is mate with queen g6. Or he can, yeah, after king h7, queen f5 is mate, effectively. Or he can just trade queens, which wins as well. Is one of these people Zod? No. Zod won his game. Josh Alexander. And he will be facing Ryan Ambergy in the next round in approximately 40 minutes. Yep. And it is mate in 1. I am confident David will find that. Arya played all the way to mate though. So gotta give him credit for not resigning. And White is indeed victorious. Good games. He did get to say check, as Ugor mentioned, but unfortunately, check was not enough. All right, William. Thanks for being co-broadcasting partner for this round.
Sir.
I need a break before the round in 40 minutes, so I am going to call it here. I will be back in 40 minutes. We're not we've gone over Zod's game. Look at the VOD. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream now. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and I'll be back in 40 minutes.